Welcome everyone to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Reading with a Crew, the Entrapment of Brendan Dassey, Part 5.
Thank you so much there, Jack61, and a warm welcome. It's great to be here. Thank you for joining us. As Jack61 said, we'll be continuing our Reading with the Crew series. Guys, everyone here wants to thank you guys for your support. It's a tough set of podcasts to do. It really is. The subject matter is very, very hard going, but it's got to be done, guys. And today we'll be actually commencing the reading of the interrogation of Brendan Dassey that occurred on March the 1st, 2006. But before we do start, I'd like to welcome our panel, our esteemed panel. First of all, we have Jack61. Warm welcome, sir. How are you coming along?
Well, not too bad, Doc, and everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for jumping in and listening along with us into this deep dive into Brendan's story. And I think people are going to be surprised that really haven't done this before about some of the things that actually happened. And we have to consider of the things that happened off tape or off audio. Anyway, warm welcome to everyone. Ready to get to it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack61. And next we have I Don't Recall. I Don't Recall, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I Don't Recall. And next we have Susan. Susan, how are you coming along?
I'm good, Doc. Thank you. Happy Saturday, everyone. Or Sunday, if
Sunday in Australia, correct.
That's where you are. Yeah.
Yep, correct.
Ready to go. Ready to go.
Thank you so much, Susan. And next we have Neverly. Neverly, how are things coming along? I hear there's some excitement happening in your country at the moment.
Hi, Dr. Silkman and everybody on the panel and in the chat. Yes, we have some excitement going on, not the good kind, but it seems like somebody gave an update in the chat, if you know what we're talking about. But so far, everything seems good. Nobody died, which is great. Yeah. So no matter how you feel. Anyways, all is good over here. It's 82 degrees. It's hot and humid. And guess what? I had little technical difficulties. My air conditioning has been shut for the last 2-3 days. And I've been roasting like a chestnut. But it's been repaired. So yay, I'm happy.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing much better. Thank you. Not on antibiotics anymore and feeling a little bit more energetic, which is awesome. I've got my puffer just in case, but yeah, doing much better. Well, look, guys, thank you so much. Unless there's any announcements, we'll make a start. And again, guys, just a warning, because of the nature of the material that we're covering, please use your discretion. It is very, very tough going. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a start on Brendan Dassey's actual interrogation. But there's a few slides before that. Again, guys, all of us want to welcome you guys, no matter what platform you're on, whether you're watching from YouTube, Facebook, and also on X. And Jack61 and others will tell you that there's been some really excellent discussions going on at the moment. And we're blessed. We have a professional canine dog handler who's joined in discussion on X. And we're going to try and get that gentleman to come on an open mic and talk about the case and what he does and things like that. And I'm sure that'll be really, really educational for everyone. Jack61.
Yeah, I have, had some comments. I know you have, and a few others are talking to this person. So it's really good to have someone that with real life experience in there talking about it.
Correct.
But I've discovered that we have a problem streaming on X now. They've apparently changed something. I don't know what's going on. Says you got to have a premium account now. So that's something that apparently that X has changed that I was completely unaware of.
Yeah,
I can't fix it right now, but
yeah,
for next time we'll try to get that taken care of. So we can't stream to X today, but it's definitely on Facebook. So
Awesome. Awesome. Again, guys, a warm welcome. If you have any questions, please place a queue and we'll try and go through your questions at the end of the podcast. And my name is Dr. Silkman. I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. It's great to be here. Now, Jack 61, if we can have the very first slide, please. Opening slide. And as Jack 61 stated, we're going to be continuing our series. Today is episode number 5, entitled The Entrapment of Brendan Dassey. So we have been following this in a progressive manner, having a look at all the behind the scenes activity that the investigators were doing after they had spoken to Brendan Dassey on February the 27th. And as you can recall from last week's episode, the investigators spoke to a lot of family members, plus they were getting in forensic information. They also went back to the RAV looking for additional material, and they found none. They didn't find a weapon. They didn't find a knife. So all the things that Brendan was telling them, they couldn't actually back it up with hard forensic evidence. So today, guys, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be focusing on his interrogation sessions that took place on March the 1st. We're going to start our reading, but also we're going to be doing an analysis as well. So we're not going to just blindly read the text. That's boring. What we're going to do is we're going to break it up because it's a pretty long session. It'll go over several podcasts. We're going to break it up into several sections. And guys, we're going to discuss it, right? We're going to have a look at the veracity of what Brendan Dassey is telling both Fassbender and Uyghur. And ultimately, and here's a very important question for you guys in chat, and that is, can an innocent person confess to a crime that they did not commit? So keep that in the back of your mind. As I said to you before, guys, it's very important to place yourself in Brendan Dassey's shoes. And as you can see on the picture on screen, here is Brendan sitting in the interrogation room at the Sheriff's Department, and he's about to be questioned by both Fassbender and Uyghur. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide, please. So this is to bring everybody up to date, right? We've talked about what's happened prior. We've talked about the fact that the investigators had spoken with Kayla Avery. They've also spoken to both Earl and Candy and his other brothers as well, and his uncles. So now we're right at the main event, so to speak, and that is the 2 interrogations that took place on March the 1st. The first one was a relatively short one, and it occurred in the sheriff's car at Brendan Dassey's high school at Mishicot. He was then taken to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, and that's where the main interrogation session took place. And today, guys, we're going to start reading it. After Brendan Dassey was interrogated, at the end of the session, you could remember his mother, Barb, came in and they spoke together, etc., etc. Brendan Dassey was arrested, right? So we want to look up the events that led to his arrest. Okay, so Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. So to bring everybody up to date, Tom Fallon had asked Mark Uyghur during the Brendan Dassey trial what took place next. So I just need 2 readers. Who would like to read Tom Fallon's part, which is the question, and who would like to read the answers, which is Mark Uyghur?
Reporting for duty.
I can do Fallon.
You could do Fallon, and
Sure.
would you like to do the Mark Uyghur, Neverly?
Sure.
Okay, let's go for it, guys.
Anthony Hills wants to do it. He goes, me.
Yes.
All righty. Question. All right. So then, did you make arrangements to re-interview the defendant?
We did, yes.
And tell us about the preparation of those plans.
That would take us to March 1st. At that point, we contacted Brendan's mother again, told her that we would like to take Brendan to Manitowoc Sheriff's Department so we could do a videotaped interview of Brendan to see what else he may had known, see what else he maybe he saw. It's obvious that he knew more than he was telling us. So at that point, we did again talk to his mother, told her that we wanted to do, and she gave us permission to do that. And Brendan agreed also, and Brendan went with us to Manitowoc Sheriff's Department.
All right. And then did you proceed to interview Brendan Dassey on March 1st?
We did, yes.
Okay. So this is really just to bring everybody up to date, the chronology, the sequence of events. So it's quite clear that a lot of things were happening behind the scenes. So we are very fortunate that Mr. Kratz wrote his book, because in his book, he actually gives a behind the scenes, a blow-by-blow description of what they did next, what the investigators did next. Now, remember, they are constantly talking to Mr. Kratz. And what I want to do is read just a short passage from Mr. Kratz's book. So the important thing is here, the mantra, the idea that the investigators had in their mind was that Brendan Dassey knew more. So that's why they wanted to re-interview him again. Jack 61. Do you have a comment? No?
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
All good, all good. So, Susan, do you see the slide? See?
Sure, sugar.
Yeah. Would you like to read? This is what Kratz wrote in his book. Let's go for it.
Around the conference table at the Calumet Sheriff's Department Detective Bureau at 8 o'clock the next morning, we sifted through Brendan's various admissions. Did he really see toes in the fire? Did he really see a bag of Teresa's clothes? We weren't sure, but I was certain of one thing. He knew a hell of a lot more than he was telling about what happened that night. I looked at Tom and Mark and said, we need to re-interview Brendan, and it needs to be on video. We may only get one shot at the statement, right? And before the family talks him out of cooperating, we need to get every piece of information he has. We set a date for his recorded interview the next day, March 1st.
Okay. So it's quite clear. Oh, someone's, you might have to mute, Susan. I think we're getting a bit of feedback. Yeah, so it's quite clear that Mark Wiegert, Tom Fassbender, they're talking with Kratz, right? They're strategizing. So that's why I think it was a law back then that interrogation sessions, especially of a minor, had to be videotaped, right? So on the very next day, they now are going to go to Brendan Dassey's school, pluck him out of school. They're going to take him to the sheriff's department, right? But a couple of things happen beforehand. So if we continue, Kratz writes a little bit more. So if we can have the next slide, please, Jack 61. Susan, are you still happy to read this part as well?
Sure, sugar.
Thank you.
Brendan was a minor, but this was a murder investigation. Dassey attended Michigan Public Schools, and although he received special assistance in a few classes, he knew right from wrong, was able to distinguish between the truth and a lie, and like any other 16-year-old in Wisconsin, was not entitled to be to the presence of an attorney or a parent during police questioning unless he asked for one. I've never been comfortable with the idea of interviewing child witnesses without some support person present, whether an attorney or a parent. But Barb was definitely a loose cannon. And nobody could assure me that she wasn't more interested in saving her brother than her own son. Her attendance at the interview wouldn't help get to the truth, especially if Brendan was more involved than we thought. So, although I understood Barb would be told of the March 1st scheduled interview, I hoped she'd choose not to attend. Brendan needed to be Mirandized, certainly, but if he felt comfortable proceeding without a lawyer, I needed him questioned about what he saw. My hope was realized. Again, given a chance to sit beside her son as he spoke to homicide investigators, Barb passed.
Jesus Christ.
Do we have any comment?
Yes.
Beverly.
Casting man.
Total bastard. Okay, so he's totally minimizing Brendan's disabilities, whatever they are. We know them, so we don't talk about it again. Second of all, although it may be the law and Brendan wasn't entitled to have any representation unless he asked for it, I'm sorry, but how many 16 or 15-year-olds know about their rights, even if they are Mirandaized, even if they signed a piece of paper? They don't comprehend. I didn't comprehend as a full-blown adult a few years ago about what that meant, and that you actually can say, hey, I don't feel comfortable. Hey, I want a lawyer, or call my mom, or call somebody. I don't want to be here. First of all. Second of all, poof, I lost it. He's dogging on Barb. He's dogging on Barb over here, and that's shame on him. And third of all, for Kratz to say that he does not feel comfortable interviewing minors without somebody being there, should we recall that interview of a 17-year-old girl who was there with her mom, and there was a female representative in his office when Kratz went into full 50 Shades of Grey and was so inappropriate with his questions that it made everybody's just skin crawl. And the mother actually called and she complained about that. So even with representation, he enjoys actually putting kids in those
compromising,
highly uncomfortable, compromising, playing authority. Thank you.
100% correct. I when I read that, I couldn't believe what I was actually reading. In effect, basically what he was saying was, look, I feel very uncomfortable. You know, would have been great had Brendan had a lawyer or his parent there, Barb there, but I'm glad that none of them showed up, right? So to me, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, he's saying, what is the proper procedures? But on the other hand, he's glad that Barb never showed up, right? Because it's the common theme that we hear all the time. We got to get to the truth. So in his mind, having an attorney present or his mum present, they would not have gotten to the truth, right? Which is truly bizarre. Jack 61.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments, but first I want to say hello to Scooby and
You're welcome.
Becca and James Crane, Lisa Sikowski. They're all at the rally, so they're listening live to us. So we really appreciate that, and it should make for some definitely should make for some interesting discussion for you. But getting to what Kratz said here in this book, it's clear he's totally downplaying Barb.
Yes.
Totally downplaying. And this, it's like that, Brendan is supposed to understand the situation he's in. And I'm just going to tell you, even I wasn't like a genius 16-year-old, but I would have been wondering what the hell was going on. But luckily, if, again, this goes back to this interview, and we have part of this interview and the process on March 1st. They go pick Brendan up at the school.
Yes.
Number one, what did they say to him? We don't know that because we didn't start the recorder until they were in the car. We have
Correct.
no idea. We have no idea if Uyghur and Fassbender said, look, we need to ask you some questions. You don't have to go. You're free to, pass on this interview. Um, and I really doubt that was said to him. I don't know, though, but I really doubt it.
Or this is a murder investigation. It's a very serious business, Brendan. We just
Right.
hope you know your rights. Do you have any questions for us?
Right.
One thing
Exactly.
that Kratz said, and I hate to say that I agree with him, but he's correct on this one. As long as you voluntarily go to answer questions and to help out, quote unquote, they're covered. Their
That's
ass
right.
is covered.
Yes.
So which person, tell me one person who's going to say, no, I'm not going to do that when you're talking to the authority?
Well,
Correct.
some child that's been in a lot of trouble might say, "Screw you guys."
Yeah,
But Brendan wasn't Brendan wasn't like
exactly.
that, and
Or
they
the
knew it.
sister who had a brother in prison for 18 years, wrongfully convicted, maybe.
Well, Bobby or one of the smarter kids, and and I'm not saying Brendan. I'm not trying to play Brendan down or dog him. I'm not. I'm really not.
No, we understand
But
what
he
you're saying.
but he was slow, and we all know that. He was an
Yeah.
introvert. We all know that too. So it goes to circumstance and his state of mind, in my opinion, not Kratz's state of mind or Uyghur or Fassbender or even Barb. This is what Brendan really understood. Did he know that he, as sitting there, being probably uncomfortable, that hey, I really need somebody in here with me, to kind of look after my side of the fence here? No, there's no
No,
way.
of course not.
No. I think the big issue, and we'll see it time and time again, Brendan Dassey had no idea of the dilemma and also the potential danger and trouble that he was in. Remember, both Fassbender and Wiegert, along with Kratz, they were strategizing. They would have had their series of questions all written out. They knew that Brendan Dassey was potentially a very, very vulnerable person. Put yourself in Brendan Dassey's shoes, right? You know that your uncle has been arrested, he's in prison, you've got all this publicity that's taking place. Brendan Dassey is at school, he's a young kid, and all of a sudden, two investigators roll up at your school. You'd imagine everyone in his class is looking at Brendan thinking, what the hell's going on? So he's the center of attention.
Well,
Brendan,
you become a leper.
Yeah, Brendan Dassey, the spotlight shone on him. Brendan Dassey's not that type of kid that wants that type of attention.
No,
He's the type of kid that wants it to go away, correct?
that's right.
Right?
Exactly right.
And so now he was in a very, very compromising position. Jack 61, any more comments there?
Well, we got a question from Hugh. I thought we'd go ahead and knock it out. What is the current state of knowledge about the interview time clashing deliberately, with Barb's divorce hearing, please?
I think that those events were very, very close in time. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember Barb talking about the fact that there was a court proceeding as well going on with her divorce at about that same time. But you'll see that there's a sequence of events, and you guys have picked that up straight away. There's an overemphasis by the investigators about making sure that they read all the rights to Brendan, and they ask him, do you understand these rights? I have an awful feeling Brendan had no idea
Not a clue.
was himself up to, right? But
I agree.
the investigators got overboard to make sure they cover all their bases, right? So it's very interesting, the approach that what they take. Susan, any other comments?
No, I just agree. Brendan, I'm sure just didn't want to look dumb, appear stupid, or not being able to understand it. So he just agreed.
Yep.
Easy.
And welcome, Trav, and welcome, Carol. Great to see you here. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you just think back at your own childhood, right? At that age, you're extremely vulnerable. You don't have life experience, world experience, right? not at 16. Now, what is interesting here, there's one person who kept on saying to everyone, shut up, get an attorney, get a lawyer. Who was it? It was Stephen. It was Stephen,
Yeah.
right? He's the one that kept on saying to everyone, don't say anything, get an attorney, get a lawyer, get legal representation. Neverly.
Well, I could see how those two experienced investigators could be so sneaky and so super friendly and meek and go to Brendan and say, hey, we just have a couple of questions, it won't be long, just to get him
Yep.
to sit
Hooked.
there. Hooked,
Yep.
exactly. And just, no, just like, just checking the boxes off. And then once you're there, you're fucking done. Pardon my French.
No, well, correct. The other thing that we have to remember is that what was happening at the same time, the depositions, right, guys? The depositions.
Well, they hadn't started quite yet, but they knew they were coming for sure.
Yeah. So they knew the type of questions that the attorneys were asking, right? That were representing Brendan. That were representing Stephen. So they knew they were in for a tough time. So that's why with Brendan, they had to insulate him. They had to separate him from any potential talking with Stephen or anybody else. And isn't it interesting that they asked Brendan, have you been talking with Stephen? And Brendan goes, oh, no, I went to visit him in prison, but I didn't have my ID card. They wouldn't let him in. They wouldn't let Brendan in. So these guys are doing all the background checks. How much information has Brendan been receiving from his family members? And Kratz, in black and white, said, we need to get all the information out of him before he gets influenced by his family. Jack 61.
Yeah. And I want to emphasize again, and Doc touched on it a little bit, but remember, this is 5 months later. 5 months. And I guess my real issue has been for a long time, why wasn't Brendan arrested in the middle of November if they had anything? Because they didn't.
They didn't have anything. They didn't have anything on Brendan, right? Remember, the investigators, they're collating a lot of the forensic evidence. The forensic evidence doesn't look good for Stephen at this stage. But they've got no further information forensically to bring in Brendan Dassey, right? They've done, I think it was over 180 items that they looked at. They did a lot of forensic analysis, a lot of DNA production. They did not find anything on Brendan Dassey. So the question is, was he there as a witness? Was he there as a participant? So that's why they needed to question him further, what his involvement was. Neverly, do you have any comments?
No, sorry.
Yep. All right. So now we're all set up. So if we can have the next slide, Jack 61. In a way, this is a summary of what's about to transpire, right? So now the two investigators, and you'll see when they interrogate Brendan, they're giving him all these promises. We're on your side. We're here to bat for you. The whole idea is to make Brendan feel comfortable. They want him to open up, right? Let's see what Brendan has got. So they've got him on the mouse trap. They're ready to pounce. What does Kratz say to them? Remember, they had the conference, and I quote, we need to get every piece of information he has. So I'll tell you right now, both Fassbender and Wiegert, they've got their 50, 60, 70 questions all lined up. They're going to try and navigate Brendan and see what he actually knows. Do we have any comments? Jack 61.
Yeah, just one. Think about this really kind of began on February 20th when this whole thing came up with Kayla.
Yes.
And those conversations there, which aren't recorded apparently, and we know what she said in cam. Every time she would try to tell them something, they called her a liar.
Yes.
So information was, brought out. He's crying and he's lost, 50 pounds and all this other bunch of crap that I don't think she said. He may have been crying, but it certainly wasn't because he was upset
No.
about anything that happened on October 31st. It's because a girl broke up with him that he
Yep.
really liked, and he was crushed. He's at this party. That girl may even been there for all I know, and he was upset. Maybe she was hanging around another boy. We don't know. I'm
Yep.
just putting this in. So it was so important that they re-interviewed Brendan. What did they do? They waited 7 freaking days before they talked to him. Come on, please.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, the important thing is that these guys were gathering information. Plus, there's no doubt that they were talking to a lot of people, potentially getting tips, and you wonder who the hell was calling in and talking to the investigators, right, Jack 61?
Yeah, I thought about the tips. I know we all have, but listening to the queso calls, I mean, there were several tips that are in the queso calls we have, but I have a real feeling there are others that have been removed. I don't know that, guys. This is just a speculation on my part, but I know the calls were edited. We all do. If you listened along and paid attention to how these calls go from time to time, drop in, bam, they're talking, and there's no front end to that conversation at all.
Yep. Yep.
That
Well,
tells me those calls
Yeah.
the calls have been filtered. We know the Manitowoc calls were filtered. So
Susan.
Yeah, I think in that week time period they were scheming. They were putting together their
so do I.
plan.
So do I.
And I think, well, March 27th, when they coerced him into saying he saw body parts in the fire, toes.
February 27th.
Yep.
Oh, that's what I meant. February 27th. Yeah, they already had that in mind. So that week prior, after Kayla, where they got that, I'm sure they decided at that time that we got a plan.
Yes. Yep. There's no question. Plus, the other person that they were hassling all the time was Jody Stokowski. And remember, Jody Stokowski wrote that note saying, "Bugger off, leave me alone, not interested anymore," which meant, unfortunately, the next vulnerable target was Brendan Dassey, right? So they've already got in their mind the fact that Brendan said, "Look, I saw body parts," right? And you've got some type of admissions by Stephen to Brendan. Now what they need to do is to tease out a narrative, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, guys, we're going to start the interrogation session in a second. But if you go to Brendan Talks, that's Becca's channel, correct? Brendan Talks. Yep. She's got
Yes.
the full interrogation that took place with Brendan and the investigators is there, and it goes
we've got it too, Doc. It's 5 hours.
Awesome. Yeah, it goes for a very long period of time. Now, in a lot of cases, we could have played the interrogation session, but unfortunately, we'll be stopping it every couple of seconds to analyze, to talk and discuss. One of the problems with watching the interrogation is that it's deadly boring. And there are a lot of pauses. The investigators, they walk in, they walk out, they leave Brendan for minutes alone. It's a very, very boring exercise. So what we're going to do, if you're interested, we've got it in our library. Becca's got it on her channel as well. Go there, have a listen to it. It's very, very heavy going, I must admit. Jack 61.
Yeah, just keep in mind also of this 5-hour interview. I think it was an hour and 38 minutes. The jury didn't hear.
Yes.
They clipped it.
Yes.
That is just crazy.
Yes.
Absolutely crazy.
Yep.
I almost forgot about that little part. Thank you for mentioning you, Jack.
But
Infuriating.
the defense
Well-
agreed. The defense agreed. They didn't want to see it.
I don't understand why. I don't care what. I just don't understand or care what was said, what wasn't said. He started recanting immediately to his mother. Immediately.
Yes.
And they couldn't get the door tore off the hinges quick enough to get back in there. And the
yeah.
jury needed to see that.
Correct. Look, unfortunately, Fremgen and Edelstein, they were very, very good, but they made a lot of mistakes as well.
They
a lot
did.
of fundamental mistakes. They tried their best, but they didn't have the impact that was necessary, right? I think the playing of this particular interrogation probably bored everyone to tears, and they all agreed, "Nah, we don't want to see another hour and a half or whatever." But that hour and a half was actually very, very important. What is also very important is what the actual school psychologist said about Brendan Dassey, right? Now, I'm absolutely convinced that Fassbender and Wiegert had no idea really about Brendan. I don't even think Kratz did. So if we have a look at the next 2 slides, this is what the school psychologist said about Brendan, right? So the school psychologist, her name is Miss Schoenberg Gross. And she was asked a series of questions by Fremgen. So if I can have actually 4 readers, I'll start off with the question, and if each person will go from the list to the bottom, if each person can read a response, that'll be awesome. So I'll start off, I'll be Fremgen. Take note what Schoenberger Gross says about Brendan, right? So she's the school psychologist. So here's the question. In what capacity do you work at the Mishicot School District? Jack 61, you can go first.
I'm the school psychologist and the coordinator of alternative services, which includes the special education coordinator responsibilities.
Okay, so I don't recall. This is the first, we'll start there. This is what she said about Brendan.
Brendan continues to demonstrate delays in his basic reading comprehension and language skills, both receptively and expressively. Brendan needs specialized instruction with which the regular education environment alone does not provide. He needs special education services and supports to help him be successful in school and to help meet his needs.
You have to go back 1 page. Yep. Neverly. Do you see the slide?
Yes, I do. Uses minimal eye contact, gestures, and a variation of pitch in conversations in therapy and in the classroom. Willingly participates in speech and language therapy sessions.
Okay.
He exhibits difficulty responding clearly and concisely to others. Paragraph comprehension, defining vocabulary, and understanding age-appropriate vocabulary terms remains challenging. Brendan will occasionally ask questions when he is unsure. However, eye contact and participation during discussions with adults and peers is limited. Brendan's memory, specifically, is affecting all areas of language.
Memory.
Wow.
Okay. Memory. But
And these guys are asking questions that are 5 minutes long.
Yep. Correct.
And eye contact. To me, I don't know about you, Doc, or anyone else on the panel or those listening, but eye contact to me is something that I was taught at a young age. And I say taught, it wasn't like, beat into me. It was like, hey, if you're going to be talking to someone, you need to look at them.
Yep.
It wasn't like you need to stare them down, but you need to address your, whoever you're talking to.
That's the decorum. That's the social norm. That's what
right.
we do. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
If you watch the interrogation, and I unfortunately did again up to a certain point, Brendan.
God help you, Doc.
I need therapy myself. Brendan doesn't look at Fassbender and Wiegert. Very rarely does he look up directly at the investigators. He's almost like in a trance. His senses are being overloaded. But have a look what she says next. If we have a look at the next page, Jack 61, would you like to read the next bit? There are two more further responses. It gets worse. Have a look at this.
Overall, Brendan, let me blow that up just a little bit. Overall, Brendan demonstrates significantly delayed receptive and expressive language skills, memory, short-term memory, immediate memory, and working memory, vocabulary, sentence comprehension, pragmatics, and areas of abstract language. For example, idioms. Brendan's language standard scores range from 58 to 83, with an overall language score of 66. Brendan's strengths are in his willingness to participate in speech therapy, knowledge of familiar sequences, and his articulation skills. This information will be shared with the IEP team.
Okay. So, look, he's a good kid. He understands that he has these deficiencies. He's willing to participate. But notice his ability to speak, his language comprehension, his ideas, his vocabulary, and his memory
Yep.
is not very good.
No.
Now, have a look at the next response. This sums up Brendan.
Yep.
I don't recall. You want to read this one out?
Okay. Brendan is expressionless, no facial expression, seemingly blank stare, possibly indicating daydreaming.
Wow.
Bingo.
Wow.
And he demonstrated that throughout the interview.
Yep.
He did.
And remember, with the read technique, one thing that the read technique teaches the investigators is to look for forms of deception. What type of body language is the person expressing? Are they telling the truth? Are they telling lies, etc., etc.? And quite clearly here, you could see from Brendan, from the observation of Brendan by the psychologist and other teachers that have observed Brendan, I'll repeat it. Brendan is expressionless, no facial expression, seemingly blank stares, possibly indicating daydreaming. The kid's not attached. Do you know what I mean? You've got all this yapping going on, like Susan said, with these really long, prolonged machine gun type questioning. The kid's got no idea, right?
Not a clue.
Not a clue. So the investigators are picking this up as a form of deception by Brendan. But that's the kid. That's who Brendan is. He's not being devious, crafty. That's his makeup, right? At 16 years old, that's him. Brendan is being Brendan, right? He's got no idea what's about to transpire. Guys, do we have any comments?
Well, Hugh Fraser in the chat said, baseline is fundamental, and it was ignored. Exactly. Correct. And I understand that they have a job to do, and I'm talking about, what's his name, Fassbender and Wiegert. You know, that's their job. They need to cover this murder investigation, and they need to do everything they can to solve the crime, right? However,
Correct.
I wonder what the heck is wrong with them that they couldn't assess Brendan's state of mind, intelligence level, everything, his attitude, and they didn't actually want to talk to somebody after the first interview and like, hey, is Brendan always like this? Or, you know, what's going on? You know, he's kind of a little bit off in comparison to his peers, let's say. And this has no shade on Brendan. I'm just saying, as investigators, they should have a fucking, point of reference and not just treat everybody equally. They cannot. That's the key.
But yes, you're correct. You're correct, Neverly. But also there was no duty of care. And I'll get Jack 61 on in a second. The fundamental thing that we hear and see all over again, many, many times said by Fallon, by also Kratz, the investigators. Hey, we have a murder here, right? We need to find out who murdered Teresa Horbach. And so hence there was no care or concern for Brendan Dassey that to solve a crime. And their only concern was, Brendan, were you just a witness or were you an active participant, right? So all the proper care that they need to show someone like Brendan went out the window. Because remember, keep in the back of your mind, they were using the Reed technique. The Reed technique solicits false confessions. It never occurred in their mind, even to today. Just ask Jack61 on X. Kratz will never admit that they got it wrong, that the investigators got it wrong. Hell, maybe it's a false confession. And that's why Kratz, to this day, would never admit, or maybe they fucked it up. Maybe
well, you know why? Because they needed Brendan. They didn't have a good enough
narrative
narrative for Stephen. That's why they went after Brendan, and they didn't care. And my point, what I said earlier, that Wiegert and Fassbender, like, you know, were they okay, and what kind of training they had? I was kind of being a little bit facetious about it. I was mocking them because, in my personal opinion, guys, like, honest to God, is that they knew exactly what was going on with Brendan, but they didn't care because they had a job to do, which is to elicit a confession. And they did it.
A means to an end.
And they did him dirty.
Yes, they did. And in actual fact, when we come to do the reading, you'll actually see that Fassbender even gives hints, same with Wiegert, it may make you look a little bit bad. And you're thinking to yourself, no, that was their whole plan. And you'll see that the strategies that Fassbender and Wiegert used, Brendan honestly had no idea. He never called a timeout. Brendan Dassey never said, this is getting too much for me. I need my mum. I need a lawyer. No, you don't see that. Jack61.
Well, to, your and Everly's point is like that Fassbender and Wiegert saw Brendan as a nail that needed to be hammered down. And I know we'll get to it eventually, but I just want to bring a point to thinking forward to May 13th and how Brendan was. He was exactly the same, and they were really up his ass then. He was still blank and expressionless. Even during that session, he still was this blank slate. And I would have been, me personally, I would have been raising like 19 kinds of hell at 16 years old. I know I would have by that time. It just wasn't him. He didn't understand.
Correct. But what's remarkable, guys, is that no matter when you saw Brendan, except when he was with his uncle and he was happy, smiling, no matter when you saw Brendan, no matter what interrogation you saw him in, right? Brendan was the same, expressionless, motionless. It didn't matter whether he was talking to Fassbender and Wiegert, Kaczynski, Michael O'Kelly, all appeared in court. He was like this. He was the same person, right? And remember, the overarching theme is Brendan likes to be by himself, alone, playing computer games, right? He doesn't like the spotlight. He hasn't got the street smarts, right? And it's remarkable, and Jack61 is correct. You look at the May 13 interview, Brendan is the same. Same character, same personality. Although Brendan is now recanting, changing his story, changing his narrative, really pissing off the investigators, right? Remember, guys, they threatened to walk out on him, and they did several times. So Brendan was just being Brendan. Jack61.
I was going to say that's exactly what they did. They were almost taunting him to some degree. Of course, to me, this was a completely illegal interview, the May 13th one, and they got away with it by introducing even one word out of that day, even anything that followed this session that they had with him.
Yep.
To me, it's totally off the charts. But again, he was completely blank again during that
Yes.
interview, and they were really on him.
Yep. The thing is this, guys. If Brendan was there and with Teresa being cremated in front of him, that's a horrific thing. If he was there and he witnessed and was a participant, he would remember those things. He would have clarity. This is what happened. This is what transpired. A kid that's got no idea to what actually took place behaves like Brendan. And what was the thing? The overarching theme was, I am guessing. I guess. Sometimes I get it right. Sometimes I get it wrong. If you weren't there witnessing this murder or being a participant, you behave like Brendan. You're clueless. Otherwise, you're not going to get all the major aspects of the crime wrong. Remember when they asked him when they drove the RAV4 down to the pit area and Brendan got the orientation of the RAV4 wrong. He got it completely in the wrong way. And Fassbender goes, oh, don't guess. Because they knew that what Brendan was actually saying made no sense at all. Any questions so far?
We have another question from Hugh. I think we can go ahead and knock out.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea who was on the other side of the one-way glass? Like Kratz, for example. Dr. Silkman just mentioned that Wiegert and Fassbender walked out several times. We know for sure.
O'Kelly.
Yeah. Yep.
O'Kelly. Yep. Michael O'Kelly. So that's on the May 13th interview. Michael O'Kelly was sitting on the other side of the glass, but he would only go in if Brendan requested it. And he never did.
Yeah, but during one of the times that they walked out, he's out there giving them advice on what to say to him, what to ask.
Yes.
I mean, come on, man.
Yep.
And Michael Kelly also said when Kaczynski couldn't show up, he was there with Michael Kelly, and then Michael Kelly calls up Wiegert and Fassbender, and he says, "Okay, Brendan is ready to see you." Like,
yes.
Giving them a permission. Who are you to give that permission?
Yes.
You're not his lawyer.
Yes.
You're not like a deputy lawyer or anything. The whole thing was just like so fucked up.
It's bizarre. Well, I mean, allegedly, Kaczynski did have a conversation with him, and he sent an email to Kratz.
Yes, he did.
About this. So
yeah, he did.
But I still don't feel that under any circumstances that a lawyer just can abandon their client, and that's exactly what he did.
Yes,
threw him to the wolves.
Yeah, he did. He did. All right. So, Jack 61. If we can have a look at the next slide. This slide is a summary and very important to keep in the back of your mind. So, throughout Brendan's interrogation, you're going to hear these locations all the time. So it's important to understand what these locations mean and the significance of those locations. So if we just look up the top at Jack 61 on the left hand side, the bedroom. So this is Stephen Avery's main bedroom. What's important here is note the orientation of the bed. The bed head is directly underneath the gun rack, and you've seen plenty of pictures. And this presented a huge problem for what Brendan is about to tell them, right? Notice that Stephen Avery's bedroom is actually quite small, right? It's not a real big bedroom at all. Now, when no investigator that went into the bedroom noted any change in the furniture or the orientation of the furniture. No one noted any divots in the carpet, nothing. Although we do know that at one stage before Jody went to prison, the bed head was underneath the window. You can see the window where Stephen's desk is. After Jody had gone to prison, Stephen had rearranged his bedroom, and it was in this orientation here. So keep it in mind, the orientation of the bed, right? That's going to be very important. If you look at Stephen Avery's garage on the right-hand side, again, what you'll notice is there's vehicles in there. There's the Suzuki and there's also the snowmobile. But if you look on the ground, you'll see there's lots of droplets of oil and fluids, right? Everywhere. What did Brendan say? Brendan said, my uncle called me over to help him clean up the garage, and they used bleach, paint thinner, gasoline to clean up the stains, right? So Brendan admitted that. So keep that in mind, that it was Fassbender that convinced Brendan that the red fluid that they were cleaning, that he was cleaning, was blood. It wasn't blood. You can see that the vehicles they had in there clearly had leaked on the ground. And as Susan said in the last podcast, you got to clean up those stains, because A, you can bring them all over your house, B, they're slippery and dangerous, right? So keep in mind the garage. Notice the garage is jam-packed full of stuff. There's very, very little room, right? So keep that in mind, that the garage had at least 2 vehicles in there. What they're trying to seed in Brendan's mind is that Stephen had placed Teresa Hallbark and her RAV4 in his garage. Okay, his garage is actually not that big. All right, so Jack 61, if we can go down a little bit, on the left-hand side, there's Stephen's burn pit. That's the center of attention. Now, this photograph was taken on November the 6th by Tripper Reese, and you can see Bear, he doesn't give a damn. He's just sitting there minding his own business. This is the site that the state is saying both Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery had cremated Teresa Hallbark, right there in that burn pit. Jack 61.
And note that there's no crime scene tape. There's nothing there to indicate that they gave a shit about this burn pit. Nothing.
No, the actual burn pit didn't come into any form of attention or question until Sergeant Jason Jost pointed it out. And that's when, pardon me, that's when Sturtevant found, I know this is a pet hate of Susan, found the bone 8 feet south in the grass. Susan, do you have any comments?
Jost found it, not Sturtevant.
Whatever,
Yeah.
Doc, whatever.
Yeah. Joyce found it, pointed over to Sturtevant, and Sturtevant looked at the burn pit and said, oh my God, there's a pile of bones there, right? So keep your mind, this is a very important site, Stephen Avery's burn pit. And finally, if we look at the next slide, the one on the right-hand side, that's where the RAV4 was found on November the 5th by Pam and Nicole Stern. And in the May 3rd interview, they Brendan Dassey got the orientation of the RAV4 wrong. He pointed it in the wrong direction. Jack 61, do you have any comments?
I was just going to note there, if you look at the bottom left of that photograph, you can see the tarp that they took off the top.
Correct. Yeah. So when as soon as they took off the tarp, a little while later, it rained heavily on the RAV4, right? Okay. So guys, keep all these 4 locations in mind, because Fassbender and Wiegert are going to constantly question Brendan about these 4 different locations. All right. So now let's start the interrogation. We'll just wait till page 1 comes up.
Give me just 1 second. I apologize for that.
No hassles at all.
I need to pop this off screen for just a second.
No problems at all. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to go through the entire interrogation. Not the whole lot today. We're going to break it up. And so what I've done, what you'll notice is I've written down a couple of notes during the interrogation of Brendan Dassey. So what we'll do, we'll stop and we'll answer some questions, okay, as we go through. Cherie, do you see this slide? I just wait.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you want to follow this on CASO, it's page 525 to 677. It's a long interrogation, but this is the report written by Mark Wiegert first. Okay. Cherie, would you like to read this page out, please?
Okay. Interview of Brendan Dassey, 3106. Investigator Mark Wiegert's the reporting officer. On 3106, approximately 9:50 a.m., I, Mark Wiegert of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department, along with Special Agent Tom Fassbender from the Department of Criminal Investigation at Agent Fassbender, did contact Barb Yonda, who would be Brendan's mother, on her cell phone. Agent Fassbender requested Barb's permission to speak with Brendan. Barb did grant him permission to speak with Brendan. Agent Fassbender also informed Barb that we would like to transport Brendan to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, where we could do a taped interview. Again, Barb agreed to allow us to do that. At approximately 10 a.m., we did arrive at the Mishicot High School. We did meet with Dean of Students and informed him of our wish to meet with Brendan and told him we had permission to take Brendan to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department in order to speak with him. At approximately 10:05 a.m., Brendan did present himself in the office area of the high school. We asked Brendan to then go with us to the squad car, which was parked immediately in front of the Mishicot High School. At this point, an audio tape recording was activated.
Jesse, any comments?
Well, yeah, he didn't have a choice. He was going.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
right.
Period. He was going. We're taking you.
Yeah.
And they would have also told him that his mother gave permission.
So to me, that's a custodial interview. Period. That is not having a witness come in and talk. I don't give a damn what anybody says. It's clear right there. They called and asked for permission first. Hey, we need to take him. We need to take him to the sheriff's office. Is it okay?
Yes. Correct. Susan,
he didn't have a choice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Susan, do you have a comment?
No, Doc, I'm good.
All right. So my point. There's just one point I want to make before we go on to the next slide. This interrogation took place 122 days after the fact.
Thank you.
What did the psychologist say about Brendan's memory?
It's terrible.
It's terrible. So this is not like the day after. This is 122 days after the event, right? And Jack 61 makes an excellent point. Why didn't they arrest Brendan after they arrested Stephen, right? Remember what Skorlinski said to Brendan Dassey? Don't protect your uncle. We know what your uncle did. He did this and this and this at the fire pit.
That was on November 10th.
On November the 10th, right? So now on March the 1st, 2006, they now interrogate Brendan again, right? This is 122 days after the event. Brendan has got a very, very poor memory, right? Remember when they questioned him at Crivets about the bus driver, what the bus driver saw, and Brendan caved in. Well, if those 15 or 16 children saw Teresa Orbach taking pictures and the bus driver did, hell, maybe I did too. So keep that in the back of your mind, right? Okay, if we have a look at the next slide. Susan, would you like to read this one? So this is still part of the report.
Sure, Doc.
Thank you.
At approximately 10:10 a.m., I did read Brendan his Miranda rights from the warning and waiver of rights form, which will be included in this report. Brendan stated he understood his rights and also stated that he wished to speak with us. We informed Brendan that we were going to go to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, and Brendan agreed with that decision. It should be noted that Brendan did sign the waiver of rights form and also initialed both areas, which I had I had read to him. So they did that at the school, sounds like.
Yeah.
After leaving the high school, we did speak with Brendan about a pair of jeans, which we had previously learned about, that had what appeared to be bleach stains on them. We asked Brendan if anybody was at his residence. Brendan stated that he did not believe so, but the residence would be open. We then asked Brendan if it would be okay to go to his residence and retrieve the jeans. Brendan agreed to go with us to his residence and retrieve the jeans. Yeah, they didn't let Brendan retrieve them. At approximately 10:18 a.m., we did arrive at Brendan's residence on Avery Road, where Brendan and Agent Fassbender went inside the residence. I didn't think Brendan went in. I thought
He
they
did.
had him stay.
No, he went in there. He went there with Tom Fassbender.
Okay. It should be noted at that time, I did receive a phone call and was unable to go into the residence with Brendan and Agent Fassbender.
Yeah, continue.
So I keep
Continue.
going.
Yeah.
At approximately 10:21, Agent Fassbender and Brendan did come out of the residence, and Agent Fassbender had a pair of blue jeans that had several stains on them, which appeared to be possibly bleach stains. The jeans were put in Agent Fassbender's trunk and secured there. After leaving Brendan's residence, we did go back en route to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. It should be noted that while en route to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, we did offer to stop for food and drink. However, Brendan indicated he did not wish to do so. At approximately 10:43 a.m., we did arrive at the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department and were allowed inside by Detective Remaker, who took us up to an interview room. Upon arrival in the interview room, I did remind Brendan about his Miranda rights, and he indicated he still wished to speak with us. At this time, the audio portion of the recording was turned off because there was an audio and visual recording that was taking place inside of the interview room.
All right. So that's the report. Oh, you might have to. Yeah, that's it. That's the report written by Mark Wiegand. But what we're going to do, we're going to actually start the interrogation that starts at the school, and we're going to follow by Fassbender, Wiegand, and Brendan as they go to the house. Right. So we're going to put you there in real time. Now, guys, I need 3 readers. I need someone to read Fassbender. Who would like to read Fassbender?
I can do it.
Okay. I need someone to do Wiegand. Who would like to do Wiegand?
If nobody wants to, I'll take it.
Okay. And we need Brendan. Who would like to do Brendan?
I can.
Okay. So what we'll do, we'll now get into the interview, and we can stop at any time, right? We can stop at any time. If you need to have a break or answer questions, we'll do it. So I'll just read the top bit and then we'll start. Everybody ready?
Wait
All
a
right.
second.
Yep.
Who am I?
You're
Fassbender.
Fassbender.
Okay.
And Jackson, who's Wiegand?
I am.
Okay. And Brendan, you're Cherie. Is that correct? Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just read the top bit. The following will be a transcript of the audio and videotape portion of the interview with Brendan R. Dassey. Let's go, guys.
Uyghur. Brendan, I'm just going to read to you this form. It's your Miranda rights. And then we'll talk about that a little bit, okay? The law requires you be advised you of the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to consult with a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning. You have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Now, you got to speak up so this thing picks up your voice, okay? I just got 2 questions to ask you from there. Do you know and understand each of these rights? Each of these rights, your rights, which I've explained.
Yeah.
Understanding these rights, do you want to talk with us?
Yeah.
All right. So this was the form that we get read out to Brendan. Right. We're not gonna read the whole lot. Now, guys, you're 16. You're Brendan. Would you understand what we get just read out and the importance and gravity of wavering your rights? Do you think
Well,
Brendan understood?
I think he could understand the words, but not the concept of the whole. He could not comprehend this.
Thank you.
Okay. And the people in chat.
I agree.
People in chat, write down yes or no. As a 16-year-old kid, someone like Brendan, would you understand what you're wavering away? Your rights. All right. Be interesting to get your feedback whether you would understand or you wouldn't understand. So that's the form that Mark Wiegert read out, and Brendan, you can see, signed it. Okay. So legally, now they're permitted to ask questions. Jack 61.
Yeah, I think that Neverly pretty well nailed it. He understood the words, but not what they truly mean as far as, his ability to say, you know what, guys, I think I need somebody in here with me to help me out here. Especially after they got on their horse and really started coming after him.
Oh, yeah.
I just, for Brendan, he's just there trying to help, and he's just the way he looked at it. And again, his demeanor overall, just from everything that I've read about Brendan, everything that other people have told me that talk to Brendan even now, listening to him in his jail phone calls, there's not a chance he understood what was truly happening to him. No way.
No, but guys, don't you understand? If you fast forward to what Judge Hamilton said, right? Remember Judge Hamilton, who said, no, they did nothing wrong. What's the one thing that he said? Oh, they Mirandaized him. They read him his words. He agreed. What's your problem? That's why you need an adult or an attorney present to explain what it means, right? You go to any trial, any proper trial where you have a defense attorney, a prosecuting attorney. If one of those attorneys asks a question that the other attorney deems inappropriate, what do they say?
Don't answer that question.
They'll look at the person, or the person will look at the attorney and say, what do I do here? And remember, Jack 61, during the depositions, don't answer that question. You don't have to answer that question.
That's right.
Always step in. So if you're self-incriminating, your attorney has a right to say, Brendan, stop right there. That's exactly what the attorney said to Stephen. Remember when Stephen phoned?
Yeah.
And though he was explaining about what had happened with Brendan, and the attorney goes, look, stop right there. Don't say anything because this is being recorded. So he was getting advice. Remember, guys, Brendan never got that advice.
No. And there's just no way he would know.
No.
This can be used against you, and this can be used against you in court. What does that mean? That means nothing to Brendan at all. He doesn't know what that is.
Okay.
There's no way.
Hey, guys. Remember when we were watching the deposition of that stupid Amber Heard?
Yes.
With her attorneys there? Man,
oh my God.
She could not say a single answer. Not a yes or no, nothing, because they were all over that other attorney who was deposing her. And that's how it should be, kind of, maybe not to that extent. That was just like ridiculous. But imagine, how could Brendan know that if he cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed to him by the court, even though they just read that to him? I wouldn't comprehend.
No.
I'd be like, huh?
No. No, correct. So most people are saying no, they wouldn't understand it. And I remember there was a study done a while back, a psychology study, and they came up. When you get like home insurance or some type of policy, there's the user agreement, and it's normally like about 50 pages and about 1 million words, right? They did a psychological study where the people actually read it and understand the terms and the policy and the conditions, right? And they wrote up this fake policy, and they've got a group of students who, meant to be university students. And they said, look, do you understand your legal rights, what this policy is all about? Please have a quick read, blah, 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 blah. It's like when you sign a contract, right? And I think it was a group of like 100 students. And everyone said, oh, yeah, no problems. Yeah, just sign here, I acknowledge. Do you realize that one of the conditions written in the contract was we have a right to take all your money? And you agreed to it.
God.
It was so funny because they go, oh, I never saw that in the policy. And these are meant to be smart university students. It goes to show that if you sign something, an agreement, right? Remember years ago when you signed up for an app on a phone, if you didn't read the fine print, it says, I agree to all my data being used by the company and selling it,
Yep.
upselling it.
Yep.
People didn't realize that they were giving permission to sell their own data. Now it's tougher because
They have to ask you. They have to ask you now.
Yep. And Adobe got into trouble because their default answer was, yes, I give permission, rather than the default answer being, no, I need to opt in. So be very, very careful. My point is this: if you're a young kid and you're not mentally all there, this is all gobbledygook. But to the attorneys, to someone like Kratz, all Kratz has to do is hold that piece of paper up and say, Your Honor, we did nothing wrong. Brendan agreed to be questioned. And that's it. And that's it. All right, guys, shall we continue?
We have a question I think we can go ahead and answer. Monica Clack. And how did law enforcement learn about the blue jeans with bleach on it before actually picking them up at Brendan? And when or what date it was that law enforcement went to the Dassey home and retrieved the jeans?
March the 1st. So we'll see. We're going to do it in real time. They all go and pick up the jeans. How did they find out about the jeans? Barb told them. Barb told them. And that's why they went back to Fox Hills. The Fox Hills saying, what's going on with these jeans? And, oh, so what? You in the garage? And that's when Fassbender convinced Brendan that what they were cleaning up was blood.
Even though Brendan said he smelled oil.
Smell oil.
Send the report.
These, which they never presented in court.
No.
So you got to remember. Yep, Susan.
Oh, I just want to say that I'm guessing that they asked Barb, have you noticed any blood on any of his clothes? Because this is after the 27th, when he said he was there. And then she said, no, but he had some bleach on his jeans.
Yep.
I'm just speculating, but that makes sense to me.
Well, remember, Barb got convinced that Stephen had killed Teresa Hallbach.
Well, not until
I
after
was just
Brendan.
gonna say that. Why in the world would she say something like that? Because anybody could get bleach on their pants, shoes,
True.
shirts, and whatever.
True, but
It proves nothing.
That's correct. But if you're an investigator, you're working backwards. Oh, you were cleaning up blood in the garage, and you saw toes in the fire. They're putting two and two together, right?
Yeah,
and
don't forget the forehead.
Yes, that's right. Remember that Barb
Ziggly.
Ziggly lines
and Earl were talking on the phone, And remember what Earl said? Oh, my sister said that Stephen admitted killing Teresa Hallbach and Brendan saw toes and a leg. And oh, my God. Yep. All right. So, guys, shall we recommence?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wait for the next page. Okay, let's go for it, guys.
All righty. Uyghur. Okay, I'm gonna sign here, and I need you to sign by the X. Phone rings. Uyghur apparently speaking on phone. Hello, Kyle Dettering. I can't talk right now.
Thank you, Brendan.
All right. So, like I told you, we're gonna take a ride over here to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department. They got a nice quiet room there. There's no kids running in and out and stuff. And so if you play it right, who knows? Maybe we'll get you back as soon as we can. If we all get over there as soon as we can. I'm just gonna have you initial actually also here and saying I've read these and then that you agreed to talk with us. Okay? All right.
Fassbender. I think we told you, Brendan, we talked to mom, and mom is okay with this and good with this, and she just wants to talk to you when we're done.
Just one question I have for you real quick, Brendan, is those jeans that Tom had talked to you about the other night with the bleach stains on them. Do you still have those?
Yeah,
Where are those?
they're at my house.
Do you know where in your house they would be?
Yeah,
Where would they be?
they're by the kitchen table.
By the kitchen table, like laying on the floor or on
I looked at them and then put them on a chair.
Okay. Before we continue. Now, let's think about this, right? Say you were involved in the murder and you got the bleach stains on your pants. Are you going to keep those pants and are you going to just put them in the kitchen?
And are you gonna
No.
let him have it?
No.
I have a serious question.
Yeah.
This is how many days after the murder, Doc? After she
120
disappeared?
122.
122 days later, and they're at the kitchen table.
Yep.
I mean, when did he actually splash
That's
these
4
jeans?
months.
On the
Yeah.
31st, allegedly on the 31st.
But
of
did
October.
he? I mean,
Right.
maybe it happened in February, you know?
That's right.
No, correct.
Memory.
Right?
But it's likely because remember, there's a video of Barb's house. When you walk in on the side, they've got the laundry and piles of clothes. And what most people do is they put their normal clothes that they wear or going to wear in a pile. But sometimes they may put it on a chair, right, around the house or whatever. And so he just had them in the kitchen, on the kitchen table, ready, right? Isn't that interesting? So Brendan did nothing to hide them, destroy them. No, they're there. All right, let's continue, guys.
And another thing.
Yep.
Sorry. Do you see how
No.
Uyghur said, yeah, and you signed here and here and here. Okay, we're good. This gives us the permission. You're willing to speak with us. Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
And what's his name? Fassbender. He goes, thank you, Brendan. You know, and mom said it's okay. She just wants to talk to you afterwards. Just like, we're super friendly. This is so casual. Hey, dude, don't stress. No problem. Let's just go somewhere where it's quiet. That happens to be the police department.
Yeah.
Right? And if you play right, maybe we'll get you back in time. Yeah.
Back to school.
Serpents came out from under the rock.
Oh yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
All right. They're sitting on a chair at the kitchen table.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Is anybody at your house right now?
not that I know of. I think Bobby was there, but he left.
Is your house locked? No? Would you give us permission to go in and get those jeans?
Yeah.
Just go grab the jeans and leave? That's a yes?
Yeah.
You have to speak up in here.
Yeah.
You give us permission to go in your house and get the jeans.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to make a phone call quick and let one of our we'll let one of our guys know they can just stop and pick those up. Okay.
We're not gonna do it. We're gonna grab.
Actually, we're this close. We could just grab them. How's that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Well,
As Susan said, 4 months later, the jeans are still sitting at the same place.
Yeah.
4
Well-
months later.
yeah, but
I
you
just
know,
have a feeling that that possibly happened much sooner to March 1st. Brendan said he was looking at him and just set him there. Like, it doesn't make sense.
no, correct. All right, shall we continue?
Yep. That makes more sense.
Oh,
You got it, Everly?
and they could meet us wherever they want to meet us,
Sure.
if we need them.
We'll just go over and verify that they're there and grab them, and then we'll call them and tell them what they look like and all that. So you like snow,
All right.
or would you rather have it warm? No.
We've got 5 in the garage.
Do we turn
do we
here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do we turn
So
here?
you could.
5 what? Got 5 in the garage.
I
I
don't know.
have no idea.
What does that mean?
Not a clue. Like something got clipped
Huh.
there. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Snowmobiles?
No way.
They didn't have 5 in the garage?
No.
I don't know.
Okay. So Fassbender said that we turn here so we can get out of school. So you can get out of school. Yeah. Yeah. I remember being your age, waiting for that snow day. That was a great thing.
Small talk, bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep it positive.
You ready, Everly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. In that last snow, did you have a snow day?
No.
You didn't get out of school that day?
No.
Oh my gosh.
During that blizzard, you didn't? You guys had school here? Really?
Well, mine got out.
Do you have a ride to? Do you have to ride the bus to school, or that's how you get to school, right?
Yeah.
Does Blaine drive yet, Brendan?
He's got
He's got
his
his
license.
I'm sorry.
Oh, oops. He's got his license, but he ain't got a car to drive.
What about you?
I got to do one more thing with the instructor.
You got to do one more thing with the instructor. Looking forward to that. I'm sure you could find yourself in a car here somewhere.
Haha. I imagine this drifts over pretty much.
I'll bet you get some drifts in this driveway, huh?
Yeah.
At least the hole's getting filled in with ice. Bad in the winter. Oh my god.
The small talk. The small talk.
Cringe. Cringe.
They're so fake. It is
As they
cringe.
lead him off to where he's never going to be able to drive a car. Evil people.
Yep.
We're out at Brennan's at 10:18 a.m. Brendan and I and Tom will go in and get those jeans. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're out at Brendan's residence. He did give us those jeans, 10:21 a.m. Sorry, but I gotta narrate this for the silly machine here.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Genes were located in the kitchen area at the kitchen table area.
We got apparently on phone. Hey, Wendy, it's Mark. Can you go up by my John? He's not answering his cell phone. I left him a voicemail, an important voicemail. I described everything on there. I can't talk about it right now, but okay, as soon as he's back, because we got that stuff. You guys don't need to pick these jeans up. We picked them up. Yeah, yeah. At Brendan's house. Brendan gave us permission to go get them. So he's with us right now. So I've pretty much got everything on his voicemail. Tell him to listen to his cell phone voicemail. And if you guys got any questions, call me back. Thank you. Bye.
Now, what's your quickest way?
What's the quickest way to Manitowoc from here?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, let's go right. Taking the interstate seems to take forever. We'll go down B and then head on B. That's the quickest way that I know of.
Did Travis tell you that I talked to him? That's quite a turn of a conversation from
Oh yeah.
does it
Yep.
snow to Travis.
Yep, because they know that they talk to each other. That's why Fassbender asked them that question. Oh, did you know that we talked to Travis? Yeah, because remember, Travis and Brendan are at the same school. So if you have a look at this picture here, these are the jeans that they confiscated from Brendan's home. And you can see the bleach stains on them. Don't worry, we'll see more pictures of this. But what is very interesting, later that same day, after Brendan Dassey was arrested, the investigators went back. They took his jacket and 2 pairs of shoes, right? So they went back after the arrest and got those clothing items from Brendan's home. Interesting. So they're the jeans that have caused all the concern and trouble. Do we have any?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Did they ever indicate what the evidentiary value of his shoes and coat was?
No. They found
Zero.
However, was it in cam or was it on a separate, like from somebody's YouTube video? Did they talk on and on and on about the shoe, how the shoe was more worn out on the right foot and he was right-footed or goofy-footed, whatever it was, and that means that he was like scraping off the bleach in the garage? And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Those are like leaps and bounds that you're making, dude. You know?
That's the lady that turned.
Yes.
Order that now became a guilter.
Didn't she say that was
Kristen or?
Yeah, something like that. Didn't she say that
Correct.
that was one of the things that kind of made her turn? Because
the shoes,
he was
the importance of the
practicing
shoes.
the shoe. Yeah.
Correct.
But they didn't, as far as I know, they didn't forensically examine those shoes to look for any blood or anything in any of the tread.
No.
But I want to point out something else about those jeans that I think should be obvious to everyone. Look at the bottom cuff. If they had poured out a bunch of bleach on the floor and they were not necessarily waiting in it, but it was down around all that, this alleged blood, but this bleach would have bleached out the bottom cuffs of those jeans, and there's nothing there.
Correct.
I'm sorry. That bleach, I mean, to me, from what I can this is just me. These jeans look like they've been put in the wash. Somebody's poured some bleach in there, and it splashed off something and splashed those jeans. That's what it looks like to me.
Yes. I mean,
even if they got splashed in the garage cleaning up transmission fluids, so what?
That's pretty high
it
up,
proves
though.
nothing.
It does prove nothing. I agree.
No.
And for the Reddit people, if I just can interrupt, Dr. Silkman, I'm so sorry.
No.
For the Reddit people, do you remember the case file reviewer guy?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Deduced somehow that the bleach on his pants was from the bleach bomb, from the shock bomb, I guess, for the pool.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of speculations, but they're speculations. That's what they are. There's no proof that it had anything to do with this supposed murder.
No, no, they couldn't link that. They could not link the jeans, the clothing, or the shoes to anything nefarious. Kids
No.
are kids, right? You think about yourself. How many clothes have you ruined when you were a kid because you
Oh
did
my
something
God.
silly? Either
Oh my
tore
God.
it, cut it, got bleach stains because you didn't understand what bleach actually does, etc., etc. Got paint, dirt, you name it. Everyone's done it.
I know how many times I got yelled at by my mom for doing something, a rip or just something stupid, just playing,
Yes. Correct, correct. But you see, here the investigators need to make everything into a narrative, right? Involving the murder of Teresa Hobart.
And salacious.
Correct, correct. So just to let everybody know, the investigators came back and took Brendan Dassey's clothing, allegedly what he was wearing that day.
4
All
months
right.
later.
Yes, yes. So
And that was
she would
still on the
continue.
chair.
It was still on the chair, correct.
Yeah,
He seems like a pretty cool kid.
yeah.
I like him. You go over there quite a bit on the weekends, huh? Seems like a nice place to be. So, how'd the night go in the motel room?
Pretty good.
Pretty nice place there, Fox Hills, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The sky, it looks like it could snow a little bit today.
God. I'm more worried about the freezing rain that's supposed to come in later. They're saying it's supposed to go up to 40 something today.
I think they lied.
They always lie. See how he's agreeable?
Huh. When we get to Mishkat, we'll turn right.
Brendan, you hungry at all?
Not really.
Drink? Anything? A bag of chips or something? Because this may, be a while.
Nah.
Okay. Donut?
No.
They must have asked him about something, a place to eat. Did you ever go there to eat?
Once.
Once? Do you golf at all?
Sometimes.
You come up here to Fox Hills? Yeah?
Condos, eh?
You eat lunch at school normally?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the food there?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I just want to put my windmill up by my house.
They probably wouldn't let you.
Probably.
Did it say that
What
that's an
the hell?
eyesore? Yeah, I
They're talking
know.
about a windmill.
Have no idea.
What the hell? Maybe they saw one.
What'd you say?
Drove by
Oh, yeah.
one. Weird.
Fassbender nevertheless said, "City say that's an eyesore. Weird. So I'd move out."
So how you doing, Brendan, since the last time we talked to you?
Pretty good.
Everyone being decent to you?
So notice how the questioning is becoming more strategic.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So they're asking Brendan about what's happening in the periphery.
Yep.
You talk to anybody, how they're treating you, Brendan. So they're sending out their little feelers, but it's pretty obvious who's doing the majority of the talking here.
They are.
Brendan's not saying very much at
I
all.
love the question, do you golf?
Do you
What?
golf?
Right. Yeah, they must have been.
And who
talking-
does most of the talking through this entire day?
Two investigators.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're and Fassbender.
Okay, shall we continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talked to my girlfriend like 8 hours yesterday.
Oh, yeah? Have you told her about this?
She knows a little bit.
Where does your girlfriend live?
Manitowoc.
Manitowoc? Do you talk to her on the internet or what?
On the phone.
You have to speak up. I can't hear you.
On MSN and on the phone.
On MSN and on the phone. You got a webcam or anything like that? No? This car sounds like it's falling apart.
It's not a very good car.
Just keep going until you get to the stop sign and turn right. Do you fish at all?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. Ever come down here?
Once in a while.
Looks like a nice place. I don't know.
It's not open anymore.
Oh, it isn't?
No, it used to be many weddings there over the years. Where's your girlfriend? What's your girlfriend's name?
Emily?
Emily. Do you know her last name?
No.
No?
When's the basketball game? Valders win? Was it yesterday or today?
Oh, yeah, they won. I think it was last night. They play, I just heard Appleton or Sheboygan Christians or Sheboygan Christian. I think they play them at home. I didn't catch the date, though.
I wonder how bad Menasha got beat.
They did?
I wonder how bad.
Oh,
I'm just assuming they did.
apparently, we get on the phone again. Hi, this is Mark. Yeah, within 10 minutes. Yep, we're just coming in on B. All right, B. All right, bye.
What was that?
Detective Remiker.
Now he's available. Where the hell was he?
He had called me before. He just got into work.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go straight through the light. Apparently, he's on another phone call. Hi, this is Mark. No, you can try again. Okay, bye. That's a big water tower. You'll turn right, and you'll want to grab the left lane. Turn left here.
This car will not get an award for quietest car.
Stay in this lane through the lights. Now, as soon as this car gets by you, you want to get in the left lane, and we'll turn left at the lights. Yeah, and you know where we are? It's right there. Yeah.
Not sure where we're.
Go up another and kind of turn there, but we'll just go up to the lights and turn right and come around. Just go to the right at the next, not here, but go over there, park right in front. Turn right there at the stop sign, and we can park right here in front, right by the pickup. 10:43 a.m. We're going to go inside and use the interview room.
Unknown voice. You here for the meeting?
Actually, no. I'm here for Detective Remiker. He's waiting for me now.
Okay. And you are?
Investigator Wiegert, Calumet Sheriff.
All right.
Does seem like it would have been a lot longer on the interstate for some reason.
I was whistling when they got out of the car. Weird.
Yeah, well, the interstate kind of goes out away from the lake.
Yeah.
Bends out that way. Some unknown voice said something. Okay.
Bathroom or anything?
No.
Pizza?
How was that pizza? Any good? Yeah?
We had one there.
Yeah, I guess we did, didn't we?
We were up there before. It was pretty good.
And we got a break here. Good morning, Sheriff.
How you doing? How are you? Behaving? Brendan? Brendan?
Brendan.
Brendan?
I'm sorry. Just let me scoot through. Yeah, there you go.
Good. Come on in.
This door, Dave?
Yep. Take right. Up the stairs.
Morning.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
Mark Anderson would like to chat with you if you had a chance.
Sure, absolutely.
Morning. Good to see you.
Why don't you just have a seat, Brendan? Tom and I are just going to step out for a minute, and then we'll be right in. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
You guys want coffee or anything? Water?
Soda? Water? You sure?
Well, water maybe.
Okay.
Okay. So
Oh
guys,
my God.
here's Brendan. Okay, so we're doing this in real time. So now they're in the interview room, and does he look comfortable to you? Right?
No.
He looks confused.
Yep. Have a look. Brendan is in a very small room, very bland, very plain. He's got his hands in his pocket. He's sitting right in the corner. He looks very uncomfortable. Now think about it. He's got no legal guardian with him, no adult, no legal representative. And remember, this is not his environment. He's no longer at school. They're now in their environment of law enforcement. Okay. So, Jack 61, I hate to do this, but if we can have a look at the next picture.
If I could just say
Yep.
one more thing
Yeah.
before we
Yeah.
proceed. They
Yeah.
could have easily have taken the room where teachers hang out or go to the principal's room and demand, to have some quiet time, but they didn't. They
No.
aimed for Brendan to be removed from school, A, number one, and
Yes.
B, number two, is to get him to the police station because they had a plan and they knew how this was going to pan out and that Brendan's not going to go home or back to school.
Yeah, correct. But also, because they're in the interrogation room, no parent or family member or whoever could just barge in, right?
Well,
They
they're
have
in
to go
control.
through-
Controlled
Yep.
environment.
They're in a controlled environment. And I have to show this because I thought this was absolutely tasteless that Candace Owen here in convicting a murder is sitting in the same interrogation room and with that pondering look on her face. Does anyone have any comments?
I could talk for an hour, Doc, but it's really completely tasteless. But they allowed it. Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department allowed it.
Yep.
They're
I
cooperating
bet
with this.
Dassey set it up.
Well, or maybe even Uyghur because he was still sheriff at the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dassey called Wiki.
Yeah. Yeah. My question is, do you think this was necessary?
No, not at all. No.
Fuck no.
No. Honestly, if you want to be taken seriously, you don't do shit like this. Honestly, this is not your private room that you can ponder and pontificate. It's just completely tasteless. All right, guys.
She did a lot of things like this to me, Doc, and all these drop-ins, within convicting a murder, and still a lot of her fan base don't believe that she wasn't really involved in any of it until April of last year. They don't believe it. She was handed this documentary, and they filmed a bunch of scenes with her last year and dropped them into the documentary that was already made. It's crazy.
All right. Anthony Hill's comment: "Room of lies, only fitting for Candace."
Yeah, it was not good. No, not good at all. All right, so this is the room that Brendan is going to be interrogated in. Guys, shall we continue? Let's go for it.
All right. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Buddy. Brendan, here you go.
I'm just going to shut this audio off, okay? Because there's audio in the room. Brendan nods yes here.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Okay. I just want to go over this real quick again. Do you remember those rights, your Miranda rights that I read to you? Brendan nods yes. Brendan nods yes. Yeah. Okay. You still want to talk to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure of that.
Brendan, I want you to relax, okay? A little more comfortable here and stuff. And you had a couple of days since we last talk now, which was Monday, and you had a chance to reflect and breathe, I imagine this. And
You have a pen on you?
We
I seem to have lost mine. Is this your only one?
I got more here.
Okay.
Right. So now notice the difference in pace and in conversation. So
Oh,
in
yeah.
essence, the ball starts to roll right now.
Fassbender.
And
And I kind of call it's a sense to breathe being in a way. And I'll just let you talk to us a little. And we all had also had a chance for 2 days now to look at what you said and listen to the tapes a little and stuff like that. And we look at that and we say, well, Brendan honestly gave us this information and that information. Maybe I'll call them dots or whatever. And some of the dots, when we look at it, say, well, I think we need some matching up here, just a little tightening up or something. We feel that maybe I think Mark and I both feel that maybe there's some more that you could tell us that you may have held back for whatever reasons. And I want to assure you that Mark and I both are in your corner. We're on your side. And you did tell us yourself that one of the reasons you hadn't come forward yet was because you're afraid, you're scared, and one of the reasons you were scared was that you would be implicated in this, or people would say that you helped or did this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that you might get arrested and stuff like that. Okay. And we understand that. One of the best ways to prove to us, or more importantly, the courts and stuff, is that you tell the whole truth, don't leave anything out, don't make anything up, because you're trying to cover something up a little. And even those statements are against your own interest, you know what I mean? That then makes you it might make you look a little bad, or make you look like you were more involved than you want to be. Look at it's hard to do it, but it's good from that vantage point to say there's no doubt you're telling the truth, because you've got given the whole story. You've even given points where it didn't look real good for you either. And I don't know if you understanding what I'm saying. Jesus.
do you think Brendan understood what
Brendan.
was talking about?
Oh,
No.
God. Brendan
Even
nods
if it's
yes.
a little bit bad for you, even if you're implicated more, and yeah.
So to me, what Fassbender is doing is handing Brendan rope, correct? To
Yep.
hang himself. Do you
Wiggle too.
understand this, Brendan?
Yeah, but Doc, I don't even think he could follow all of this. I think his
No
head
way.
is spinning.
It's
No,
just
I don't
like
even think
wah, 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 wah. I see your lips
exactly.
are moving, but I can't understand a word you're saying. Yeah.
And that's why Fassbender is thinking, you understanding what I'm saying, right? Because Brendan
I
doesn't
think
make
that's all he's heard. Yeah.
Brendan isn't making eye contact. He's just looking down. He's trying to put this all in. He's got no idea. And
And they
Fassbender
do
warns him.
this.
Sorry,
Do
Susan.
this throughout. They do this throughout. I mean, this poor kid.
Yep. So
He's
notice how
just rambling, and his cadence is off too, because
yes,
it's not nonsensical
yes.
with ums, and you know what I mean. And even though yeah, a little bit implicated, maybe
Well-
involved, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Well, he's trying to get everything in there, so it's
Yeah.
on the record.
Yeah.
Correct. To cover himself.
Yeah.
To
And
make
real
sure that
quick,
he's covering
Brendan.
himself.
Yeah, real quick, Brendan. Remember those Miranda rights? Oh, okay, good.
Yep. But what is very disturbing and very obvious is that the discussion is very asymmetric.
Oh, it's all
Extremely
turned now. It's
asymmetric.
completely turned from that.
Yep.
You like snow? Did you get a snow day? What about that basketball team?
Yep.
It's all different now.
So now, boom, business. And
Yep.
have a look at Brendan's responses and answers. Okay, let's go for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we kind of came here to let you talk a little, maybe get some stuff off your mind or chest if you need to, and then tell us the whole truth, to take us through this whole thing that happened on Monday, not leaving anything out, not adding anything in. Because if our guy looked at the tapes, looked at the notes, it's real obvious there are some places where some things were left out or maybe changed just a bit, to maybe looking at yourself to protect yourself a little. From what I'm seeing, even if I fill those in, I'm thinking, you're all right. Okay, you don't have to worry about things. We're there for you. Oh my God. And we know that Stephen did, and we know what happened to you when he did. We just need to hear the whole story from you. As soon as we get that and we're comfortable with that, I think you're gonna be a lot more comfortable with that. It's going to be a lot easier on you down the road, if this goes to trial and stuff like that. We need to know that, because it's probably going to come out. Think of Stephen for a second. Stephen is already starting to say some things, and eventually he's going to potentially lay some crap on you and try make it look like you are the bad person here. And we don't want that.
Oh my God.
Mhm.
They're not even 2 minutes in, and now he's already saying we already know what happened.
Yep.
But Stephen might just
They
pin
know
this
the
shit on
whole
you.
story.
Yep. Stephen might pin this stuff on you.
Yep.
Now tell me they didn't sit down and come up with this shit.
Well, they strategized. They strategized with Kratz, and
Big
Kratz even admitted it. So remember, the number one target is Stephen. They need to nail Stephen. They need to get all their ducks in a row and come up with a narrative, because the investigators do not know what happened to Teresa Hobart. They do not know what happened to her. They got some rough idea, but they've got no narrative. They don't know where she was attacked, what happened to her. So what they've now done is the ultimate betrayal. They're basically saying, you know, the guy that you admire and you help, well, he's starting to talk. He's already starting to say things. And what do? There's now pitting up Stephen against Brendan.
That's
So
right.
basically they're saying to Brendan, mate, you either talk or you let your uncle do the talking, and he's going to dip you right in. And
Yes.
Brendan's going, the guy I admire, the guy I help, these guys have got no moral compass. They're getting at Brendan's vulnerabilities. You get it? He likes his uncle. And now they're saying that, oh my God, your uncle's talking bad shit about you. It's either him or you. What's it going to be, Brendan?
Correct.
Yeah.
And
Right.
just to go back on what I just read, how casually and how informally he went over the stuff, like, oh, this is going to be better for you, you know, when he goes to court, to the trial. It's like, what?
Yeah,
Unless
if it goes to trial.
knowledgeable about the whole legal process.
Yeah,
You
he might as well be.
it's like speaking Chinese to him. It's all
Right.
Greek to me.
I was going to say he's talking Egyptian hieroglyphics
Yeah.
to Brendan.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you know, but you were Mirandaized, and then you say, well, Judge,
Yeah.
he was Mirandaized.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like the example I gave you about those contracts. Once you sign your legal rights away, you're basically you're under their guidance now. They can question you about everything. I remember what Fassbender and Wiegert do is they're allowed to use the Reed technique. They're allowed to use lies and deception. So basically, they've done a profile on Brendan. They know what Brendan likes, what Brendan doesn't like, etc., etc. They know his vulnerabilities. They also know that he likes Stephen. So now he knows that obviously Brendan isn't talking to Stephen on the phone. They asked him, right? So now they're pitting up him against Stephen.
That's right.
Right? Okay. Neville, would you like to continue?
Sure. We want everything out in front so we can say, yeah, we knew that Stephen. He told us that. So yeah, you know that you get my drift. I know Mark has some, so I'm just going to give you an opportunity to talk to us now and kind of fill in those gaps for us.
Honestly, here, Brendan, is the thing that's going to help you. Okay, no matter what you did, we can work through that. Okay, we can't make any promises, but we'll stand behind you no matter what you did. Okay, because you're being the good guy here. You're the one that's saying, you know what? Maybe I made some mistakes, but here's what I did. The other guy involved in this doesn't want to help himself. All he wants to do is blame everybody else. Okay? And by you talking with us, it's helping you, okay? Because the honest person is the one who's going to get a better deal out of everything. You know how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's just quickly review that. I reckon several hundred words have been spoken by Fassbender and Wiegert. Boom, 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 boom. All Brendan has gone is, that's it. That's it. There's no two-way conversation.
No.
There's no, hey, guys, what are you talking about? What are you insinuating? All there is acknowledgement by Brendan by going, that's not a good start, is it?
Well, he's just, I mean, to me, he's recognizing that they've spoken, not the meaning of the words
Yes, and the implications.
and the implications. Yes.
And the gravity.
And the
gravity of all
Correct.
of this.
Yep, good word, Neville. The gravity. Correct. Okay, shall we continue?
You know, honestly, honesty is the only thing that will set you free, right? And we know, like Tom said, we reviewed those tapes. We know there's some things you left out, and we know there's some things that maybe weren't quite correct that you told us. Okay, we've been investigating this a long time. We pretty much know everything. That's why we're talking to you again today. Really need you to be honest with this time with everything. Okay, if in fact you did some things which we believe some things may have happened that you didn't want to tell us about, it's okay. As long as you can be honest with us, it's okay. If you lie about it, that's going to be problems. Okay, does that sound fair?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Before we move forward, what tapes is he talking about that they reviewed? What the hell is he talking?
I think they would have gone back on the February the 27th, those interrogations, but they also listened and read the transcripts when Skolinski and also O'Neill and Baldwin talked to him. So they've got it all compiled. Kratz would have gone through it. You know, when he kept on referring, the guys back there, they're saying, just arrest him. But we're saying no. So they've strategized. They're looking at all these things. Okay, Brendan said this, Brendan said that. Let's now question him deeper on those things.
Yeah.
Right? So the impression
they taped him at the school too on the 27th.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Brendan said, okay. We're all right. Should we just go through the whole day again on the 31st, or how do you want to do it?
We can try to give him a chance to just talk to us, and
Sure.
if he wants to go through the whole day, if he wants to fill in the pieces, that's up to Brendan right now.
What would you rather do?
Just want to talk to us and tell us, and starting with that day and how you actually came to know what happened and stuff. Because I already know you were in the garage and stuff, apparently cleaning up and stuff. So tell us about that.
Okay. We got to stop right there.
Okay.
Hey guys,
know-
I'll be right back. I need to make a phone call. So sorry. I'll be
No
right
hassle.
back.
Problem.
No hassles. Think about this. They've already placed Brendan in the garage, right? They're focusing him in the garage. And if you notice what they said, what Fassbender said, I'll repeat it. Because I already know you were in the garage and stuff, apparently cleaning up stuff. So tell us about that, right? But I want to, if we go to the next slide, Jack 61, do you have a comment, sir?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Okay. Where are we going? All right. So Neville is doing a phone call. Susan, are you able to read Fassbender for the time being?
Sure, Doc. Sure.
Okay, let's go for it. We'll start off with Brendan.
Okay. Well, he was working on his car and like he did something wrong and then like he poked a hole in like something and then it started leaking. And then later on when, because I was helping him before, I went over there a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
And later on he needed help. I helped him move the car out of there and cleaned it up and I went back home and then later on, I got a call from him and he wanted me to come over.
Let's go back a little bit, okay? When did you first go over there by Steve?
Like 9 o'clock.
But you said you were over there in the garage helping him.
Yeah,
When was that?
like 6:30.
Okay. So let's go back, okay? Let's go back around that time. You get home off the bus about 3:45.
Yeah,
And what do? Now you got to be honest here.
I walked home and I go into my house.
Okay.
And
What did you see at that time?
that she was talking, or her car was over there.
Where was her car?
Okay. So this is important to realize. So now they're starting to home in on detail. The important thing to realize is that Jody phoned Stephen twice that day on October the 31st. Jody called Stephen at 5:36, spoke to him for about 15 minutes. That's recorded. Jody also called Stephen again at 8:57 and spoke to Stephen for about 15 minutes as well. The reason why these phone calls are very important is because you now need to factor in Brendan and when he was there and what he was doing, right? And you also got to factor in that both calls went for 15 minutes, which means that the calls were potentially in the middle of Teresa Hallbach being pinned up to a bed, sexually assaulted, tortured, carried to the garage, brought from the garage to the fire pit. All this mayhem and confusion, you got to factor in these two calls because they happen. They're real. And when the investigators spoke to Jody, what did Jody say? Stephen sounded
normal.
normal.
And he does.
Right?
You can hear it in the phone call.
Yeah, it was just a lot of trash talk, right? Right, Jet 61?
That's right.
Nothing, no person in the background yelling, screaming, etc., etc. So it's important, and I'll keep on reminding you that Stephen received 2 calls from Jody on October the 31st. All right. Shall we continue, guys?
You're getting Beverly back in here. There she is.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get back. Okay, here we go.
Like on the other side of the, where you drove by our house?
Uh-huh.
Where you turned there, it was like on the other side of the road there by the trees.
And you just told us you said something. You said she was talking.
Yeah.
And you stopped now. Remember, this is very important because we already know what happened that day. Okay? Let's just be honest here. Okay, Brendan?
Uh-huh.
Let's get this out.
Use your memory, not what Stephen told you, not what anyone else told you. Be honest, because we're gonna be able to tell when you're not being honest. I'm telling you right now. So you're walking down the road, and let's pick it up again. Okay?
I seen him talking to her on his porch and I seen her Jeep there, and I walked in the house.
So she's standing, meaning she is Teresa?
Uh-huh.
Did you recognize her?
Not at first.
You just knew it was later on when this all came out.
Yeah.
So she's standing on the porch.
Can I just intercept here a second?
Yes.
Please.
Weren't they just in the garage talking about the garage?
Yes.
Yep.
And then Brendan said he saw her, and now they're talking about when he gets home from school.
Yes. So the investigators are thinking, what the fuck is going on? So they're shifting Brendan in timeline. You notice what they're doing? Garage. Okay. What happened beforehand? I got off the school bus, 3:45. That's a fact. That's true. That's verifiable. No question. What is the issue? What did Brendan say he saw when he went home? He saw Teresa, her RAV4, and Teresa talking to Stephen on his porch at 3:45, 4 o'clock. Is that indeed possible?
No.
No.
No,
No.
it's impossible. For a start, his brother Blaine was with him, and Blaine never saw Teresa, her RAV4, talking to Stephen. So
No.
what is worrying here? Fassbender says use your memory.
Yeah, use your memory.
What is Brendan hopeless at?
His memory.
His
Terrible.
memory, his recall. But notice the investigators didn't initially pick up how casual Brendan was by saying, yeah, when I went home, I saw the RAV4, Teresa, and Stephen talking on her porch, on his porch. He just said it out. And we know that cannot be true.
Right.
And they're forcing him to say the truth, right? Because he's a good boy.
And they already know, and
they already know what happened.
Correct.
Yeah. Read technique 101.
Yep. All right. Shall we continue, guys?
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Where were we?
You got it? Did Blaine see that? You got it? Page 24.
Yeah, slide 24.
Did Blaine see that?
I don't think.
And you're sure you saw that? You're sure it wasn't another time or anything like that? It was Halloween this year.
Yeah.
This last year on the front porch, the area?
Yeah.
Do you remember what she was wearing? I know it's a long time ago. Don't guess. If you remember, you can say it.
I don't remember.
Do you remember how he was dressed?
Sorry, I lost my place.
I think he.
Oh, I think he white short or white shirt, like with red shorts or something like that.
Okay. Anytime you don't remember, you say that, all right?
Yeah, don't make anything up. You don't know it. You don't know it.
So then, what happened? You saw her and him on the porch, and they were what?
They were talking.
And then what did you do?
I walked in my house.
And they were just talking. They were just doing anything else? Were they screaming, fighting, talking, pushing, anything?
No, just talking.
Okay. You went in your house, and this is about 3:45.
Uh-huh.
And then what did you do in your house? Be honest, so we don't have to go through this 8 times. Ooh, frustrated.
I went into my room, and because my mom told me I had to clean my room, I cleaned it a little bit and then played PlayStation 2 for a little bit. And it was like 5 o'clock, and my brother was on the phone with his friend.
Blaine?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was talking about going trick-or-treating with them, and that Jason will pick him up like 7.
And then?
And then I ate, and then I went into the living room and like I was like eating in the living room and watching TV.
And what did you see?
Honest?
Like what?
Like what happened?
Well, then he called and said he wanted help on his car.
Okay. Did he call you or did he come over?
He called me.
Went on your cell phone or house phone?
The house phone.
He calls your house phone.
Yeah.
And this is about what time now?
About 6:30.
Okay, just a quick note. Remember when they questioned Brendan Dassey? And Brian said, yeah, I heard Brendan and Stephen talking about doing something to a car.
Yep.
Right? So that's backed up with what Brian said. So
yep.
during these conversations, I'm going to have little snippets in which statements made by Brendan are corroborated or absolute garbage. All right? Just to fill everybody in. So remember, the investigators have got all this information in front of them because they spoke to Brian, Bobby, and everybody else. All right, let's continue. Sorry, guys.
Just one more thing. Have you noticed, guys, how when Brendan talks the facts, what actually happened, how fluid he is at it?
Yes, excellent point. Excellent point. So when he's in his reality, that he's able to recall it succinctly and able to speak perfectly.
Yep.
Able to recall the events perfectly.
And sensical stuff too.
And no hesitation.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good point. Good point.
Although I would like to point out.
What does he say to you?
No, hold a sec. Susan.
I would like to point out when he gave the story of Teresa on the porch, that was pretty fluid.
Yes, and scary.
Yeah.
And scary. Okay, Neverly.
Okay, sorry, I could not hear Susan at all. So sorry if I interrupted.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, and what does he say to you?
He says, "Do you want to help me with to fix the car?" Because he said that if I would help him on his cars, he would like help me find a car.
Okay.
And so I did, and then that's when he like cut something, and then it was leaking on the floor.
Remember the comment that Brendan stated, that it smelt like oil.
That's right. That's DCI report 241, if I'm remembering correctly.
That it smelt like oil. Okay, that's important. Okay, let's continue.
Let's stop right there. So he called you and he asked you to help fix a car.
Mm-hmm.
And you go over to his house.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go to? Where do you go?
Into the garage.
Now, Jack 61 can make a comment on this. We have a phone call in which Jody's speaking to Stephen.
Yep.
On October the 30th. And who does Stephen talk to in the garage?
It's at the beginning of the call. He's talking to Brendan.
To Brendan. Brendan Dassey is in Stephen's garage one day prior.
Yep. This was never brought up either. Anywhere.
And that's scary because you wonder, did Brendan get the days mixed up? Remember, there was this big kerfuffle about when the fire was on.
That's right.
So Brendan, and this also explains, remember what Brendan said. My mother called me or called Stephen to make sure I get a jacket on because it was cold. Mm-hmm. It could have been October the 30th, one day prior.
That's right.
Right? So Brendan is in the garage because you can see Stephen talking to Brendan in Stephen's garage one day prior.
And I think it very well could have happened that way, but
Yep.
we can't know that for positive. But his memory's
Correct.
terrible. We already
He's-
know that. Anyway.
He's terrible. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's in the garage?
His Monty.
His Monty. Where's the Suzuki?
On the side.
All right. So if we look at the next picture, there's been a lot of controversy about what vehicles were in his garage, in Stephen's garage. Where was the Monty? Where was the Suzuki? I thought the Suzuki was outside. There's no doubt that Stephen was working on the Suzuki, right? And if you have a look on the ground where the Suzuki is and also where the snowmobile is, there's fluid, there's leakage. Now, I think I read somewhere in which people were complaining that the snowmobile was leaking transmission fluid, right? And Brendan described, remember the color of the fluid that he was saying, that it was reddish in color? And we talked about the color of transmission fluid. You can go from red to a dark red. You can see it. There's fluid all over the ground. So there was a walkthrough video done on November the 6th. Now remember, Stephen was already in Crivets. The investigators, law enforcement, were on the property on November the 5th. Those two vehicles were in the garage and they were videotaped on November the 6th. So they would have likely have still been there on November the 5th. So Brendan is saying, and then later he'll disclose that he helped his uncle push in the Suzuki because his uncle was working on the Suzuki, right? So keep that in mind. So this photograph proved that the Suzuki and the snowmobile were in Stephen's garage. Do we have
And
any
look
questions?
at all the crap
Yeah.
on top of the Suzuki's hood.
Correct.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. Just one comment from Mr. President. Where are Bob's phone records? They are in the library at Foul Play. We have them.
Yes. Yes. I think the Barb's call was on the. I have to double check. I think it was on the 30th, where she calls up her brother to say, make sure that Brendan is home because it's cold and he needs a jacket.
I think it is too, but I'd have to double check. Been too long since
Yes.
I looked at them.
Correct. Correct. All right, guys, shall we continue? We've got a few more slides, then we're
Yeah.
done for today. Okay, let's continue.
Is the big garage door open?
Mm-hmm.
So you walk in there, and this is Halloween.
He's working on it. Oh, whoops.
Okay, and what's he doing?
He's working on his Monty.
What about the fire?
Stop right there. Stop right there.
That was kind of abrupt.
Out of the blue. Out of the blue.
Quickly, yeah.
Out of the blue.
I-
Sorry, Jack's
I-
still on.
No, I was just gonna say I remember this. I'm like, wait, what? When I listened to it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe he wanted to spook him, to jolt him,
Yeah. He Fassbender and Uyghur don't care about the Monty at this stage.
Yeah, of course.
No,
So
no.
Fassbender asks, what about the fire? Have a look at the response that Brendan says. Okay, let's continue, guys.
Do you mean if it was started or something? No, it wasn't.
Okay, we're not going to go any further in this because we need to get the truth out now. We know the fire was going. We know that he had already had his altercation with Teresa. We don't believe there's a Monty in there. I talked to you the other night and you said nothing about Monty. You said nothing about something getting punctured and leaking out. We talked about cleaning something up in the garage. You told me that you thought, thinking back now, there was blood. It was red in color, plus you're at your house. You said 6:30. I'll go that far with you. It might even be earlier. What's going on? Let's take it through it honestly now.
God. Wow.
This is
He's getting aggressive.
the turning point of the
Mhm.
entire interview. Right
That
there.
is coercion, right
Yep.
there.
Yep. So Brendan was telling his narrative about what he was doing with his uncle. straight away Fassbender refocused Brendan and talked about, what about the fire? And Brendan's answer rang alarm bells. That's why I put the cross, right?
Yeah.
No,
this
it
didn't
wasn't.
this didn't line up with their fucking narrative.
Nope. And that's why Fassbender goes, okay, we're not going to continue. So notice what Fassbender says. You're talking about something that looked like blood. Now, remember, this occurred 122 days after. But what did Fassbender actually say to him 2 days prior? So he was asked a direct question. What about the fire? But this is what Fassbender actually said to Brendan regarding the fluid, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, Susan, would you like to read Edelstein, which is the question? And
Sure.
I'll read Fassbender.
Is my sound okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
And during the course of that conversation you had with Brendan, you're talking to him about an incident where he had some bleach stains on his pants, right?
Correct.
And you got around to talking to him about what he was doing in the garage. And you talked about cleaning up some red stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Fassbender, that during the course of that conversation with Brendan, the first person to use the word or to suggest that it was blood on the floor was, in fact, yourself. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
All right. It wasn't Brendan who said, I thought I was cleaning up blood, right?
That's correct. Have a look at the fucking dishonesty of what Fassbender just said to Brendan, the previous page.
Oh,
That's right.
it's all bullshit.
Fassbender just manipulated him, Brendan. Mate, it was you that said it was blood.
Yep.
You notice the difference? Gaslighting. So Brendan's going, shit, did I say it was blood? So now they're putting Brendan in the garage cleaning up blood. And what does Fassbender do? No, mate. The fire was already started because they know what it takes to convert a human being to bone fragments. You need a big, great whopping fire and it needs a lot of fuel and needs to go for at least, 6 hours?
Yep. You need
Minimum.
time. And
Really
that's why
hot
he
fire.
you said around 6:30 or even earlier. Like,
Yep.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, I'll give you 6:30, but
Yeah.
maybe it was earlier.
Yeah.
That contradicts itself right there.
But note during the trial how Fassbender just matter of factly says, yep, that's correct. I was the first one. It sounds right. Like no shit's given. No
Right.
accountability, no consequence. He has no fear, embarrassment, uncomfortable, nothing.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
You
Now,
got a body cooking in the fire and you're going to go work on a car. Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
And there was
correct.
no Monty. We're not
Yep.
here to talk about Monty.
Correct.
Well, there's something else too that I know Doc will remember it because he sent me a phone call a few nights ago.
Oh,
Well, this is talking about when it was a jail. I'm pretty sure it was a jail call
it was a jail call.
about when Stephen actually started that fire, and it was when Barb left around 6 o'clock, if I'm remembering correctly, or maybe it was later. I don't remember exactly, but I think that's what he said. Does that sound right, Doc?
Yeah, and it's also probably about the remember when Brian left, and Brian left after he overheard the conversation between Stephen and Brendan about coming over and helping him in the garage, and Brian said, "I just noticed a bit of smoke," right?
Yeah.
And when Bobby Dassey left, remember they asked him, "Bobby, did you notice a fire or anything?" He goes, "No, nothing." So, to the investigators, this is a problem. Right?
Big problem.
If they're going to cremate Teresa Horbach, hey, we need a lot of fuel, we need a lot of energy, we need a lot of heat, we need a lot of time. And Brendan's saying, Oh, no, I went over and helped my uncle, and we worked on his car. And then we brought over the golf cart, and we went around, started collecting a few junk pieces, and started putting them on the fire. These guys are thinking, no, Brendan, the fire's already going, right? So as Susan said, mate, you're not there to work on a car. You're there to cremate. And what did Fassbender say to him? That's where you cooked Teresa. He used the word cooked. I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, right? So now they know. They now know. They're concerned. They're worried about Brendan, because Brendan goes, what fire? Or it could have just been maybe just lit, as in not really well going, just started. They don't want to know that. So now they hone into Brendan big time. Right? So if we have a look at the next slide, they're now worried.
Well, we have a question I think we probably should go ahead and address from Fadrax. Do you guys think that Fassbender and Wiggett actually believe Brendan during these interviews? I do not.
That Brendan did this. Do they believe he did it?
Yeah.
I'm really not sure. I don't. If they do believe that he was involved, I think they're total idiots. Total idiots. If they don't realize what the read technique really is and really does, then how dumb are they?
Oh, remember, Susan, to them, they've done nothing wrong.
I know.
To them, they've done nothing wrong. They've used the law, and that's why when they had the en banc hearing, they're basically saying, what? So what, you want us to change the law, do you? Right?
Right.
So their concern is, we're not going to change the law just because you think that the read technique can induce a false confession, right? So to Fassbender and Wiggett, personally, I do actually believe that Brendan was involved. What they were basically wanting Brendan to say is to admit the degree of his involvement, right?
Yeah.
The problem is these two guys, Fassbender and Wiggett, are so fucking amateurish. They're the ones telling the narrative, and Brendan's going, And whenever Brendan said something that they didn't like, they changed the course. Straight away here, you saw it, guys. Was the fire going? And I think if you watch the interview, that's the first time Brendan looks up and asks them the question, oh, you mean the fire? No, it hasn't started yet. Straight away, they're going, that can't be right. So if you look at the next one,
sorry, they had to make it make sense, is what they did.
Yes. Yes.
But they were pretty much telling him, don't fuck with us. We
Correct.
know what happened.
Correct.
When they didn't have a damn clue what happened.
Exactly.
No. And they even said to him, there's no Monty. We don't believe there's a Monty. And Fassbender's telling Brendan what is acceptable. Oh, yeah, we'll give you that.
And nothing was punctured.
And
that tells me that, I mean, just from a car guy perspective, that tells me it's likely that Stephen couldn't get the oil filter off of that Monte Carlo, so he drove a screwdriver through it. That's an old trick.
Yeah.
If you can't get it twisted off with your wrench or whatever you're using, you drive a screwdriver through it and twist it off. I've done it many times. But when you do that, you better have a pan under it because oil is going to go everywhere.
Yes.
I bet you that's what happened.
And you saw physical evidence of the oil stains, the marks on the garage floor. They're everywhere, right? Including underneath the vehicles, right?
Right.
So now.
But I think that if I could just add in, I think that if this interview had happened in November, I would tend more to believe that they didn't really know. I mean, they still don't really know. And that they didn't necessarily, or that they had a narrative. But now here we are 4 or 5 months later, and they're going down this path, and they're basically forcing. Fassbender just laid the law down a minute ago.
Yes.
And so did Fassbender.
Yeah, Fassbender, correct.
Fassbender,
and remember, they spoke with Chuck. And what did Fassbender say? Oh, would you use gasoline or bleach to clean stain oil? And goes, no. Chuck agreed. Goes, no, you wouldn't use that. And then Fassbender goes, you would use bleach to clean blood. And what did Chuck do? Chuck agreed.
Yeah.
Chuck agreed. So now that's why Fassbender said to Brendan, come on, Brendan, this thing, you said it was blood, but it was Fassbender that gave the suggestion that it was blood.
That's right.
So you can see the manipulation that's going on in this kid right from the get-go.
Right.
Okay, do we have a question from Mark?
Well, let's get Mark's got a comment. Thanks for joining us, Mark. Brendan's answers and the lack of forensic evidence should have alerted Fassbender and Uyghur that Brendan was not involved. Absolutely.
Well, that's an excellent comment, but that's probably why they never arrested Brendan till after this interview. They had nothing on Brendan. But
No.
furthermore, their own forensic evidence showed we can't put Teresa in Stephen's trailer. We can't put Teresa in Stephen's garage, right?
Right.
Yeah, they had the key, but the key didn't even have Teresa's DNA on it. It had Stephen's DNA on it.
Right.
They checked the garage. They never found bullet fragments. They went in the trailer. They found no evidence of Teresa being there. They're going, what the hell's going on here? And that's why they're now reliant on Brendan to fill in the gaps. Right? And so now you see in the next slide, they hone into him. Okay, let's go for it. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, let me get up the slide here. Come on, Brendan. Be honest. I told you before, that's the only thing that's going to help you here. We already know what happened, okay?
We don't get honesty here. I'm your friend right now, but I gotta believe in you. And if you don't believe in you, I can't go to bat for you. Okay? You're nodding. Tell us what happened.
Your mom said you'd be honest with us.
And she's behind you 100%, no matter what happens here. Oh my God. This
Yeah, that's what
gave Brendan a permission, basically, to say whatever he wanted to say.
Yeah,
Look how manipulating that sentence is. Misleading. Trickery.
That's right.
Sorry.
Complete bull. No, you're fine. Uyghur, your mom said you'd be honest with us.
And she's behind you 100%, no matter what happens here.
Yeah, that's what she said, because she thinks you know more too.
We're in your corner.
We already know what happened now. Now, tell us exactly. Don't lie.
We can say it for you, Brendan, okay?
So it's
you have.
notice it's a tag team approach.
Uh-huh.
Fassbender, we get. Oh, Brendan's going, no interaction.
Nope.
No interaction.
And TJ Anderson just had a great point. TJ Anderson, he said, behind me, but not in the room with me. Yeah.
Yep, correct.
Well, that morning he said that if he wanted me to come over like at 6:30, and he had the fire started because he wanted to burn some tires.
Uh-huh.
So he had it started and the Jeep was still in there.
Whose Jeep?
The Suzuki.
It was still in there? And it's still in where?
In the garage.
So the mount is not in there.
Okay.
Whose car was in the garage? Tell me the truth.
We already know. Just tell us. It's okay.
The truth. It's so easy to tell the truth. It's hard to make things up.
Her Jeep.
That's right. Oh, geez.
Okay.
God.
See the green tick? That's
Yep.
affirmation. So whenever you see the green tick, that's when the investigators are going, yep, we got
Thank
him.
you.
So
Yep, thank you.
notice, yep. So notice what was in there first? We had the Suzuki, we had the snowmobile, we had the Monty. All of a sudden, all those vehicles disappeared, and it now suddenly transposed to Teresa Horbach's RAV4. What does Fassbender do? Instead of saying, "Are you sure, Brendan?" What does Fassbender say?
That's right.
Right. Now, tell me, did the investigators have any proof of Teresa Horbach's RAV4 being in Stephen's garage forensically?
No,
Nope.
not one iota.
None.
None. Nothing.
And there were no witnesses ever to
No.
say, yeah, we saw the car in there. Nobody ever.
No.
This is all them inserting the narrative.
Correct. Okay, let's continue.
Her Jeep was in the garage, wasn't it?
And you tell me if I'm wrong, but when you were at the house, you just went over there because you had talked about it in the morning. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
There was no call from Stephen asking you to come over, was there? And you went over. Was the big door closed?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-mm.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
So the big door is open and her truck is in there when you get over there?
Yeah.
By her truck. Who are we talking about?
Well, if I wanted to come over later.
No, whose truck
Whose truck?
is in there?
Oh, the truck?
Yeah.
Her Jeep.
Who's her?
Teresa's.
Okay. And that Jeep is what? Do you remember?
Like what color?
Color or make?
Green, like greenish blue.
Okay.
Is it drove in or is it backed in the garage?
It's backed in.
Okay.
Okay. But there's big problems here too, right? There's big problems here too, because they're going, is the garage door open? Yeah. Now you think about this, right? Who comes home? Bobby. Does Bobby mention seeing a RAV4 in a garage?
Nope.
No. But there's another problem, a major problem. Who stops by, and Stephen even mentioned this in a phone call, right, Jaxie? Who stops by and talks to Stephen outside his garage?
Earl and Fabian.
Earl and Fabian. Earl and Fabian stopped by, and you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute. So now Teresa Horbach, the person who's missing, her RAV4 is in Stephen's garage, and these two guys, Stephen's brother and Robert Fabian, are now talking to Stephen. I think they were also talking about the fact that they saw the snowmobile, because I think he was going to put it on a trailer or something like that. So now you've got multiple people going to the garage, including Bobby, who comes home from hunting, and no one mentions seeing a RAV4. And here we have Brendan, who's now completely changed his narrative to Monty, Suzuki. Yep. The snowmobile to, if you ever look at the picture that's on screen, that's Teresa's RAV4 was parked in the garage. They backed it up.
Right.
And why would they even back it up? It's harder to put her in there if we're going to go with this whole horrible lie.
Correct. But the whole notion is this. The investigators are thinking, wait a minute, where Stephen is, it's an open area. People are coming in, going out. They're going to notice Teresa Horbach's RAV4 there. When they spoke with Bobby, Bobby said, when I came back from hunting, he didn't see Teresa Horbach's RAV4.
That's right.
Right? So, therefore, they're thinking, where the hell is it? So Brendan gave him the answer, we backed it in the garage. Yeah, but was the door open? Yes.
Yeah, the door was open.
They're thinking, wait a minute, you live next door. Bobby lives next door. No, Bobby never mentions he saw a RAV4.
No.
So now you've got this problem. Where the hell's a vehicle? Right? Any comments?
Well, I think just a lot of things just got ignored,
Yes.
just
And
completely ignored.
uncorroborated. Yeah.
And then-
Uncorroborated
yeah.
and things that didn't make any sense.
And nonsensical. Correct.
Okay, guys, shall we continue? We've got a few more slides, and then we'll
Yep.
call it quits for today. Okay.
Now, let's be honest. What did he tell you? What did he show you?
What did you see and what did he tell you?
He showed me the knife and the rope.
Where was she? Come on. No, come on now. Come on. We know this already. Be honest.
In the back of the Jeep.
She was in the back of the Jeep. Was she alive or was she dead at that time?
Dead.
Are you sure? Brendan nods yes. Okay. What did you see in the back? Now, this is hard, but what did you see in the back of the Jeep?
That she was laying there with like a small blanket over her.
Do you remember where her head was?
Not really.
Did she have clothes on?
Yeah.
She was clothed.
Yes.
She was tied up already? Or did you help him do that?
She was tied up already.
Where? Tell me how she was tied up.
Like the rope was right here around her body.
Are you sure? Brendan nods yes.
Did Steve have any blood on him at that time?
On his finger.
Where about on his body, on his clothes?
Not that I know of.
Where did you see blood?
Like right here.
Hold on a sec. In the video, Brendan points to the back of his hand. That's where he saw blood on Stephen.
Okay.
He points it out
Like around the wrist?
behind.
Yeah. Oh, and
Okay.
by the way, she was clothed after
Clothed.
she was raped.
Just remember that point. So
Yeah.
she's fully clothed, and all of a sudden now Teresa Horbach magically appears in the back of the RAV4 with a small blanket on her.
Right.
But she was raped and tied up to the bed, and they did all that horrible stuff several times.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. And she told him to knock it off. Yes. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Where else in the garage?
On the floor.
A lot?
Like drips.
Where is it dripping from?
I don't know.
What did he tell you he did to her?
That he stabbed her.
Let's stop here for now, okay? I want to back up just a bit. I didn't mean to interrupt. That you're saying, like, what time actually did you get over there now? About,
Like 6:45.
so it's still about that same time, 6:45? Brendan
Mhm.
nods yes. Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you really see those two talking on the porch? Well, this is kind of stupid. Why is he going back to the very beginning when he was just in the middle explaining how she was dead in the back of the car?
Because they're trying to work out. Wait a minute. Brendan sees Teresa and Stephen talking. The next time Brendan sees Teresa is
He's
dead, fully clothed, tied up with rope, and covered with a blanket in the back of her RAV4. So there's
Yep.
something missing between those two events.
Huge amount.
Well, they
Yeah.
know damn well she can't be standing on his porch at 3:45 having a conversation. They know that's not possible.
Correct. That is correct.
Yeah.
You did? Brendan nods yes. You're 100% on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
How did she get in the back of the Jeep? Tell us that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you help him?
No.
Let's be honest here, Brendan. If you helped him, it's okay because he was telling you to do it. You didn't do it on your own.
Read
Brendan shakes his head
101.
no.
I didn't touch her.
So you get over into the garage, and the garage door is open. Her truck is in the garage, right?
Yeah.
And what does he say to you?
Think about it and be honest.
It's okay. What did he say to you?
That's when he threatened me that if I would say anything that, like, he trusted me or something.
Why did he have you come over there? Did he need your help with something? Remember, we already know. We need to hear from you. Why did he have you come over there? He needed help, didn't he? Brendan nods yes. What did he need help with? Go ahead, tell us.
Probably to get rid of the body.
What else?
Probably.
What else?
What does? Yeah.
What else? So
Well, they're pointing out a really important thing here. He's already allegedly done all this shit. What does he need help from Brendan with? If he already carried her to the car? Come on.
exactly, because in their mind they're going, wait a minute. So Stephen commits this horrible crime. What the hell is he involving his nephew for?
Right?
And Brendan gives a suggestion to get rid of her body. And what does Wiegert say?
Yeah.
Ding! Another affirmation. No argument. Yes. So notice the two things that they've said yes to. Her Jeep was in the garage. Yes. Tick. You went over there, Brendan, to help get rid of the body. Yes.
Tick.
Tick. And
Right.
keep these in mind.
That's what Reed is all about, is eliciting a statement.
Yes.
They don't care if it's the truth.
No.
They do not care.
No. And remember the checklist that Kratz did in the March 2nd press conference. All these points. Ding, ding. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
So what Mark's saying is, did he call you or did he come to the door and say, Brendan, I need you? What did he do?
He came over.
That's
Tell us
Wiegert saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do they have the name wrong there? Maybe.
I don't know. That's the original thing.
Wow.
Tell us what he told or asked you to do.
He said, hey, Brendan, do you want to help me do something?
And keep going.
And I said, for what? And he's like, for something to do in my garage.
Okay, keep going.
And I said, sure. And then later I came over there and
What time did he come over to your house?
about, I can't remember.
Okay, but he comes over to your house and asks if you want to do something to help him or something?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that again. Tell me that again.
That he wanted me to come over there and help him move something.
Okay, did he tell you what?
No.
Did you go over there right away?
No, I waited 10 minutes.
Okay. So then you walk over and the garage door is open.
Yeah.
And what did you do? And what did you see again?
Her Jeep.
Ding. Okay. Ding.
Ding.
And you're sure the big garage door is open? You didn't go in the little door?
No.
So you see her Jeep, and then what happens? Does he what?
He opens the back door
Okay. And what does he say?
and told me to help him.
Do you ask him a question? Who is this or what?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what he said.
He said that it's a girl that he was kind of peed off at.
Did he say who it was?
Teresa Hallbach.
Why did he say peed off at her?
I don't know.
I think he probably told you. So just be honest. We already know.
He's obviously not holding anything back from you. He had you come to see this.
Yeah. Oh.
Ineffable. Oh my God.
We already know.
Now, just to interject, when he goes, we already know, that's when we get pats and touches Brendan on the knee. So this is where we get is now going closer to Brendan. He's
Going for the
honed in.
kill.
He's
Yeah.
going for the kill. He's going for the kill.
Yep. We already know.
He used you for this. So bring us into the garage again. You mentioned earlier that that's when he threatened you. Tell us that.
That he threatened me that if I would say anything, that he would stab me like he did to her, and that he was pissed off at her because he wanted to get his blazer in the thing that last time she was there and he couldn't.
Okay. So he opens the back door of her truck, Brendan on chest, and tell me what you see.
Her body laying there.
What could you see of her?
The truth now, as hard as it is, tell us the truth.
Her head, her body, her feet.
So she was not covered up? Brendan Shake said no. No, I didn't think so. See, we already knew that. Brendan nods yes.
Did she have clothes on? Now be honest. If she did, she did. And if she didn't, she didn't.
Sort of.
Okay. What did she have on?
Like a white t-shirt and that, pants.
What do you mean, sort of? Either she had clothes on or she didn't. Was some of it was some of it on, some of it off? What?
It was like ripped.
It was ripped. Brendan nods yes. Or was it ripped?
Like right here.
And in the video, he runs his hand all the way down his chest.
Oh my God.
That's a big,
Which, of course, makes absolutely zero sense.
yeah, a cut all the way down. He goes like this.
Was it a t-shirt or button-up shirt or what kind of shirt?
A button-up one.
What color?
Like a black one.
Alarm
Which is,
bells.
completely opposite.
Alarm bells just rang out.
It sure did.
Look what we
Okay.
get.
Okay. Before you just said there was a white t-shirt she had on her too.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath that shirt.
Yeah.
Okay. And in the other interview, you said it was blue. Do you remember what color it was? If you don't remember, say you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. So he threatened you. What did he say to you?
That to help him get rid of the body.
Okay. Ding.
Ding.
Before you mentioned trust, that he said something about trust. Tell us about that. What did he say about that?
That he really likes me much and that he trusts me that I won't say nothing.
Okay. So what happens next?
That he told me to grab her feet, so I did, and
Mm-hmm.
so we took her out in the back and put her in the fire pit.
Was the fire burning already?
Yeah.
Tell us, did you carry her out there or did you use something to get her back there?
Well, we lifted her out of the Jeep and put her on like a wheeled thing.
A wheel thing? What's that?
Like the things that you get under a car.
A creeper?
Yeah.
Okay.
And is that creeper always kept in the garage?
Well, he was borrowing it from the yard or something like that.
What's that creeper say on it? Do you remember? Brendan Shake said no. What color is it?
Like black and red.
Black and red? Okay. So you guys lift her out of the truck,
Mm-hmm.
and you got which part of her again?
Her feet,
And what is Steven carrying?
her head and shoulders.
And you put her on the creeper.
All right. Before we continue, let's be under no illusion. Is Teresa Horbach whole or dismembered at this part?
Whole.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
When Susan.
I'd just like to know, did they take the creeper into evidence?
Yes.
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 And tested it.
Okay.
Yes. And they found
Nothing.
0.
Nothing.
And when they question, it was really, if you want to see pure comedy gold, it's when I think it was Fremgen or Edelstein, when he was talking to Wiegert, he was saying, and you checked this and you found no DNA. And Wiegert goes, oh, I'm not surprised. And you checked this and you found no fingerprints. Oh, I'm not surprised. And when you checked the creeper, you found no blood. Oh, I'm not surprised. So
That's normal. That's normal for a crime
in
scene.
Wisconsin, it's normal. So despite large cuts, despite being stabbed, despite being shot, which we'll hear later on, no blood. So it's obvious that when they pick up Teresa Horbach, she is whole. So there's a big, big problem. You just saw what Brendan just said. Because we picked her up, I got her feet, Stephen picked her up at the shoulders and the head, and we put her in the fire.
Yep.
What's missing between those two steps? Dismemberment.
Gonna say,
Oh,
yeah.
shut up.
Dismemberment.
Yep.
And the investigators know that dismemberment took place. Why? Because Eisenberg wrote in a report, hey, there are cut marks. There are cut marks and saw marks in the bones. She's been cut up, dismembered. And they're going, wait a minute. So notice what they're doing. They're looking at the time points and going, wait, you see it in the back of her RAV, you take her out, you put her on a creeper. Now think about it, guys. The creeper is what you put underneath the car.
Yeah.
You lay
need
on
a
it, yeah.
smooth, you need a smooth surface. So the impression is they put her on the creeper and they lifted the creeper up and they carried her. Remember what Kratz said? They carried they put the seat on top of her, but they in the court they say that they picked up the creeper and they carried her like like those gurneys
Yeah.
in an
Mhm.
ambulance, that they
Yeah.
put her on the creeper and carried the creeper out.
Okay,
No,
the creeper is how long?
it's about 4 or 5 feet, something like
Yeah,
that.
but it
You put your
depends.
body on it.
It depends,
they're-
I guess.
You
It's
can
basically, it's basically, well, there's different sizes, but basically it's for your back and a
Your
little bit of the lower part. Yeah, but 3-4 feet at most.
I think so, yes. Later on, I'll show you pictures of the creeper. It's not that big. And it's sitting in the garage.
I mean, I had one years ago, and I did use it, and it was probably 36 inches or so.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
few.
we're talking about
back.
inches.
It's
Yeah.
for
Which
your
is
back.
what, 3 feet?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. And she was 5'6", 5'7", so her
5'6",
head
yeah.
would boink on the thing. It's
Arms
like
and legs will be
stupid.
flopping
Yeah,
everywhere.
flopping everywhere.
Yeah.
And another thing is, hey guys, big picture. Does any of this make sense what Brendan is saying? Rhetorical
No,
question.
none,
Of course not.
None.
Is it possible that these two experienced investigators are believing any of this?
They have to believe it. They have to believe it.
They have to use what he's saying to create
Yes.
a narrative and to fill in the blanks and the
No
puzzle
matter-
pieces and everything.
Yes.
But do they really believe? They're probably cringing as much as we are.
Well,
But they
that's
have a mission to complete.
yes, they do. So remember, all they've got is the box of bones. And the box of bones allegedly came from Stephen's burn pit. So they now need to build the entire narrative involving the burn pit. No matter what Brendan says to them, they've got to construct it as a narrative, right? because
Right.
there's so many missing pieces, right, guys? There's so many blanks in the picture that the investigators go back. Oh, let's go back to this, Brendan. What attracted you to go to his place in the first place? And so the story that Brendan gives becomes more weirder by the minute.
It just keeps evolving.
I don't care.
No, they don't care.
Okay, shall we continue, guys? We've got a few more slides.
Yeah.
Does she have shoes on?
No.
Does she have? Did you take her clothes off of her? Oh, or I'm sorry. Did you take her clothes off then? Was she tied up?
Yeah.
Describe that again, how she was tied up. And again, make it easy on yourself. Just tell us the truth that this time. No, the first time.
The hard part's over.
That it was like wrapped around her like 3 or 4 times.
Wrapped around where? Show us where on your body.
Like right here.
He went like this. The rope was here on the top.
Okay. Okay. What about her feet?
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
They were tied up.
What were they tied up with?
Rope.
What kind of rope?
Like that round.
Something you'd use for clothesline, that type of thing?
Yeah.
What color was it?
Like white and blue.
Okay.
What about her hands?
I don't remember.
Where did you see injuries on her?
Her stomach.
Her stomach? What did it look like?
Like she was stabbed.
I don't necessarily. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know what it looks like when someone's stabbed. Okay, you gotta talk to someone that doesn't realize this. Tell us what you saw.
Like it was all bleeding and that.
Show me where on you that would be.
Like right here.
How much blood?
Really?
Was show me on you the extent of the stain or the blood that you saw?
Like right there.
That whole area? Brendan nods yes. Was it pretty wet yet or dry?
Like damp.
Damp. Brendan nods yes. Could you see flesh or just shirt?
A little bit of flesh.
How many times did he say he stabbed her?
Once.
What else did he do to her? We already know. Be honest.
We've got enough of her to know some things that happened to her. So tell us the truth.
Isn't it interesting what he said? We've got enough of her.
Of her, yeah.
Yeah. Really? What else did he do to her?
Raped her.
Now, where did that come from?
Exactly.
Where did that come from?
They weren't anywhere in that vicinity at all. No.
Brendan's imagination.
Yep.
Now, what was Stephen in jail for?
Attempted
1985. Right.
rape.
Right. And what did Brendan say to O'Neill? Rape as well, that he raped her, as in Teresa Horbuck. So this whole notion is coming back again, right?
Wasn't it also in Kiss the Girls? I didn't see the movie or read the book, but wasn't there something in there?
Yes, sexual assault. Correct.
Okay.
And let's go back to being stabbed in the stomach and a lot of blood all over. And it was damp. So he's like talking details. And what's his name? Fallon say that, it wasn't that bad. She bled internally.
Internally.
That was Uyghur that said that. Now all the blood is all
okay.
that when it was stayed inside the body. It didn't leak out.
And this was not good. This was not good because now Teresa must have been alive when he stabbed her, right? Because blood came out, didn't go into the cavity, and this now presents another problem.
Huge problem.
Where the hell did they stab her?
Right.
Right? And then later on, it gets disclosed about the rape, the sexual assault, the tying to the bed. Oh, so there must be blood on the mattress. There must be blood on the sheets. Right?
Slashing of the throat, but
Correct.
Fallon said that was just a nick.
Correct, and the blood went in all internal. So now there's blood being shed, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but did they bring in Brutus in the garage?
No.
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 Did they, when they dug up and sifted the burn pit, did they bring in Loof or Brutus to
Nope.
check over the burn pit?
Nope.
No. None.
Nope.
No. Instead of bringing a cadaver dog that can smell a human decomposition feet down, what do the investigators do instead? They
Dig it
jackhammer
up. Get rid of it.
Right? To get rid of all the evidence, instead of bringing in a dog, I just check. Do you detect anything? Notice anything? No. They took the brute force approach and jackhammered the concrete. I think 16 pieces of concrete, and they found, what did they find, guys?
Nothing.
Nothing.
0.
Just okay. So they jackhammered the concrete. They brought that whatchamacallit to dig out the fire area.
Burn pit. Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
They completely demolished it.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay, let's continue, guys. We're nearly done.
Did he tell you that? Brendan nods yes.
Tell us about that and where he did it.
I don't know where he did, but
What did he say? What did he say he did in his words? What did he tell you? You can swear. I mean, you can use any of his language you want. Tell us exactly what he told you he did to her.
that he ripped off her clothes and she refused and tried to get away, but he was too strong for her and he did it.
He did what?
Raped her.
Okay.
What did he say?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry. What did Stephen allegedly do to her clothes? He ripped off her clothes.
Ripped them off. Yeah.
And was Teresa Horbach fully dressed in the back of her RAV?
Yes.
Yep.
But they were ripped a little bit.
But they're ripped a little bit.
Yeah.
She had her
Kinda.
pants on. Her shirt was
Yeah.
ripped.
Yeah, something's
The
not adding
blue,
up,
black,
guys.
white
No.
shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, something's not adding up here, guys. It's just
No.
complete random garbage.
We're all over the place.
All
And none,
over.
and none of it corroborated at all.
No. Okay, let's continue, guys. Sorry about that.
Where are we at here?
He did what?
Yeah.
Mhm.
He did what?
Raped her.
What did he say? Did he use those words? Brendan nods yes.
Are you sure, Brendan? Are you sure? Brendan nods yes. Because it's not usually the words he uses are if you're sure, that's okay.
Yeah.
Where did that happen?
I don't know.
And she tried to get away. Brendan nods yes. But he was too strong.
Yeah.
And then what did he do to her?
Well, after he was done, that's when he put her in the back of the Jeep in the back.
Was she done that yet or not?
Brendan, were you there when this happened?
No.
Okay. She was dead there then or not?
Yeah.
How do you know that? I have a feeling I know how you know that.
We already know, Brendan. We already know. Come on. Be honest with us. Be honest with us. We already know it's okay. We're going to help you through this, all right? Brendan nods yes. Tell us, how do you know that?
I was outside riding my bike
Mm-hmm.
and I could hear it.
What could you hear?
Screaming.
Okay. Was the door closed at that time?
Mm-hmm.
Did he know you were out there?
No.
What was the screaming like? What was she saying?
Like, help me.
Did you know what was going on?
No.
What did you do?
Well, I was going up to the driveway and get the mail.
What time was that?
About 4:30.
Was it light out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you go out on your bike and you hear screaming coming from where?
His house.
Whose house?
Stevens.
The house at the garage.
The house.
From the house.
Okay. Do you get what the issue is here?
Well,
When-
first of all, his bicycle doesn't work. It's broken.
Yep. But what did Brendan say about the rape? After the rape, he puts her in the back of her Jeep. Where's her Jeep?
In the garage.
In the garage. So
Yeah.
now all of a sudden he's now added a new element. Oh, he's just riding his bike. He's
Right.
getting the mail. He's
Can't
screaming.
figure out where he raped her because they asked him. Where
Yes.
did that happen?
But that's why we get said the house or the garage? The house. So now we've got another location,
Yep. Another element.
another element introduced, because their way of thinking was Stephen raped Teresa in the garage, killed her, stabbed her, and put her in the truck. No, we've now got another element involving Brendan riding his bike, getting the mail, and him hearing screaming. Where's it coming from? The house.
The house.
The house.
Who's in Brendan's house at the same time?
Blaine.
Blaine.
And Brian. Brian's there too.
Brian is there too. Do they hear any screaming? No. And you know what? You know what Brendan said? Brian didn't hear any screaming because he was working on his car. What did Brian say he was doing? No, he had a show and he went to his girlfriend's place.
Right. And-
Complete
real-
lie.
yeah. It's just awful.
Yep.
And they had to know that there was real problems here.
Huge problems. Huge problems. All right, guys, we're nearly done. Let's continue.
Okay. The house or the garage?
The house.
Neverly?
Oh. No. I'm sorry. All right. Then what do you do?
I just went to get the mail and went in the house.
So you go get the mail and you go in the house, and then what?
All right. So let's have a look at this. I thought, okay, let's just check the veracity of this. So in the upper picture, you can see with the black arrow on the right-hand side, that's Brendan Dassey's house, right? So from there, Brendan gets his bike and goes all the way down the gravel road at about 4:30, goes where that black arrow is because that's where the mailboxes are, right? And then allegedly, as he's riding his bike, he hears screaming. But there's one big problem with his narrative. If you look down below, when Brendan Dassey gets off the bus at 3:45, what does he walk past?
The mailboxes.
The mailbox.
Mailboxes. Now, let's think about this. He's a 16-year-old kid. All he wants to do is go home and play PlayStation 2.
Yep.
Are you trying to tell me that he gets off the bus, walks past the mailboxes that's got Stephen Avery's mail, goes all the way home, then decides to get his bike and go all the way back down at about 4:30 to get the mail, when we damn know well who delivers the mail to Stephen?
Mama
His
Avery.
mom. His mama.
Avery does.
Dolores.
Yep, and let me guess, there is a phone call when he talks to his mother and said, "You brought me my mail at that time. Where were you? I bought the mail." Right?
Yep. Yep.
So now Brendan has just made up a cock and bull story thinking, how am I going to explain why I'm outside my house hearing screaming? Oh, I went to go get the mail.
And he's already said that he went inside, cleaned his room up, and was playing PlayStation. So that's
Correct.
gone.
So he randomly, now all of a sudden, the most important thing he's got to do is get his uncle's mail.
Right. Here's screaming, doesn't tell anyone. No one else hears it, but he's got to go get the mail.
Correct. Correct. All right, guys, we got one more slide. So when you put it all together so far, there are so many elements of what Brendan said that have got no basis in reality. And here's the weird thing, right? He goes outside, he hears screaming, "Help me." What does he do?
Yeah. Gets the mail.
Brendan?
Goes right his bicycle that's broken.
Yeah. And then what does Brendan say next? You ready, Sheree? What did you do next? So after hearing the screaming and getting the mail, Brendan goes home and you want to start, Sheree? You got slide 44?
Okay.
Are we on slide 44?
Slide 44.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sat down and watched TV.
What? Sat down and watched TV.
As one does.
That's what you do when you hear somebody screaming for help at somebody's
Help me,
house.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He didn't talk to his brother.
Nope.
Or brothers. He didn't ring up his mum. There's a lady I've never heard before is screaming, "Help me." What'd you do, Brendan? I just sat down and watched TV.
Didn't call his grandma and grandpa. Didn't call Chucky. Nothing. Sat down and watched
And
TV.
this is not like, not to be too graphic, but this is not like maybe the usual what he would hear from Steven's trailer while Jody was out.
He knows that Jody's in jail.
Baby, do me right. This is help me.
Oh yeah, this is allegedly someone screaming for their life.
Yeah.
And what does he do? He goes home, sits down and watches TV, which is very chilling because remember, after they raped Teresa, what did you do? Oh, we sat down, we watched a bit of TV, gave me a soda and I drank it.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So hearing somebody yelling and screaming, I just sat down and watched TV. Look what Wiegert says. Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
Okay, Brendan, you're doing a good job. Let's go back to when you go outside to get your bike and you gotta go get the mail and you said you heard screaming. Tell us more about what you heard. That you said, "Help me." Was a female screaming?
Yeah,
What else did you hear her say, if anything?
that's all I heard.
Okay. Was her vehicle still there?
Yeah,
Where is the vehicle at that time?
by the big trees.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Okay.
Did that scare you when you heard that screaming?
Sort of.
Did you go over to his house then?
Uh-uh.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
And you said you rode your bike down to get the mail?
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
my God.
Okay, that's the end. I think our brains have had enough.
Fried.
Thank God.
Yep. So there's no chance in hell that we could read the entire transcript in one go.
No.
We have to break it up. But did you like the way that we've analyzed, and people in chat, let us know, did you like the way we broke it up and discussed elements of the transcript and what took place? What do you think, guys? And
Can I say what I think?
Yeah.
I think as painful as this was to read out because it was nonsensical, forced, fake, coerced, and everything else that goes with it. What you did, Dr. Silkman, is you pointed out the important parts to make the big picture kind of makes sense, like what was going on in the background and why that was important. So thank you for that.
No, not at all. But I think it just goes to show that anybody, two adults, two investigators that have got an ounce of intelligence must be thinking, oh, we just call his mum and tell him to go home. This is all bullshit.
Yeah, but they couldn't because they had orders.
They couldn't. All right, guys. I hope that you enjoyed the podcast and the analysis. We'll continue doing that because, trust me, it now ramps up even worse.
Okay, right? I have one comment. It could be totally out of the left field, but remember when Fassbender said, "Yeah, we know, Brendan. We got enough of her to know what happened to her," and it was about the stabbing. You know where my mind is going? To the trunk that's missing. Her whole trunk is missing. Did they actually find that trunk and saw a bloody mess, in that area?
That I don't know.
I know that either,
I know that Brutus. I know that Brutus alerted on the disturbed earth. He alerted on the shovel, but then they took away the shovel. But he did alert on the disturbed earth, right? And I know that Loof, who's a scent dog, went up to the crime scene tape at Cuss Road cul-de-sac, and Pagel stopped him there. So there's it's very, very interesting. And they did on the paper write the word stump.
Yes.
Whether they were talking to a tree stump or the stump of a body, that I don't know.
And Wiegert also bragged in that phone call where he was laughing like a 12-year-old girl when he said, "Oh yeah, we found body parts, blood, and more."
That was Pagel.
Yeah, that was Pagel. Is that what it
Correct.
said? Pagel. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. It there's something that's not making sense because remember, the investigators have superior knowledge, so they're meant to know what transpired, but in essence they don't. They're questioning Brendan, and Brendan's coming up with all these things, and they're going, how the bloody hell does this all fit in? And the answer is it doesn't. And that's why when Wiegert and Fassbender questions Brendan later, they now put Brendan inside the trailer.
Yep.
Oh, so you went in. What did you see? And that's when Brendan discloses, I saw Teresa pinned up in the bed. Right? And remember what Kayla wrote. Kayla wrote, Brendan said, I saw Teresa Horbach pinned up in a chair.
Yep.
And Wiegert goes, oh, yeah, same thing. So you're thinking to yourself, what the hell? Yep. So
but the amount of times that they said, I'm sorry, Dr. Silkman, the amount of times they said, we're in your corner. Your mom said it's okay. She will support you no matter what. Yeah, it's a good thing in the long run because when this goes to court and trial, you'll be okay. We're your friends. We're here for you. Come on, Brendan. The small talk. Come on.
But we already know what happened. Just be honest.
Yeah.
But you saw it with your own eyes. You read it. The hammer dropped the moment Brendan said, the fire hasn't started yet.
Oh,
and
yeah.
all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose because they know they don't have body parts of Teresa Horbach. They don't have an arm or a leg or a head.
Yeah.
They've got tiny bone fragments that big.
Yep.
That's all they've got. And they're going, wait a minute, this crematoria style, that's a big, great whopping fire, which then you understand why Kratz said, there was a big, great whopping fire. Who comes to the rescue? Scott Tadich and Candy Avery in Convicting a Murderer. Oh, the fire was so big, we were wondering, oh my God, we were wondering that his house didn't burn down. But you know what Brendan has so far forgotten to mention? And same with Fassbender and Wiegert. Who has got 4 legs that they forgot to mention?
Bear.
Are you trying to tell me that Bear is just going to stand there with them two wheeling out a dead body to the burn pit and throwing her in the fire, and no one hears a dog barking or going, what the fuck is going on? Nobody. They forgot Bear.
And speaking of Candy, why, when she was so commanding with her story, that she was so concerned that the whole house is going to, blow up, why didn't they use her in the trial
Yeah.
to solidify Scott Tadich's story?
Because that's a story that she
Tadich's-
came up with later, much later.
I know. That was a rhetorical question, but it would have, confirmed, corroborated Scott's ridiculous bullshit story about the ever growing fire.
Correct. And it's also, the other important thing is, and you'll hear it, you'll see it, a lack of smell. Remember the first time they asked him?
Trigger.
The first time they asked him, did you smell anything? Oh, where'd you see Teresa? Underneath the tires in the seat, right? And you notice what they did, the investigators did. Who put the seat on the fire? Oh, both me and Stephen did, which means he roped them both in. Now, two logical people thinking, wait, it didn't occur to you that there's something wrong of seeing a human body in a fire? It didn't occur to you? As in, that's not normal, not even in Wisconsin? No. 122 days later, guys, Brendan gets arrested. You're thinking, there's something not right.
And poor freaking Brendan, being a virgin, going to prison for pretty much life because of parole, just like for something that he didn't do. He didn't even get his driver's license. He was that young, poor thing.
Correct. So, guys, do we have any questions?
We do. There's I think we've got 5 questions that I've captured. I've had I apologize for those that may have asked questions that I didn't capture or highlight, but I tried. Anyway, the first one, this was from a couple hours ago. So, Neverly, you want to read out Hughes Fraser's question?
Neverly, you want to read out the question? Do you see the question?
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry about that. From Hugh Fraser, I'm assuming the school counselor has been unwilling to talk. Why has no one tried to ask her about her part in this mess?
They actually don't care. I know that's a harsh word, because I remember reading Fallon's reply about they got the psychologist. And remember what he said, Jack 61? He goes, I'm glad that guy's gone. They just didn't care. So all this psychological evaluation, I think it's all bullshit. Because what did Kratz say? Oh, yeah, Brendan needed a couple of special classes, but he knows right from wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And remember when we get said, is Tom Fassbender wearing a red shirt or a green one? Or red one? Or if I said that I was wearing a black tie, is that a lie or the truth? Oh, that's a lie. So their conclusion is Brendan knows right from wrong.
Right.
So all this psychological psychobabble, they ignored it.
Yeah.
Because then they would have to admit, hell, if this kid's got all these issues and we used the read technique on him, maybe we fucked that up and we got a false confession from him. That's something they would never admit. Yet. Remember a couple of podcasts ago, I showed you all those academic papers. They ripped Fassbender and Wiegert to shreds, saying, you ask these type of questions, you're going to get these type of responses. You're going to solicit a false confession.
Under the hood.
Narrative. Yes. So the investigators are going, we did nothing wrong. They got commendations, they got promotions, everything. Whereas the academic world is looking at this saying, what the hell have you done?
Well, we got to also, I'm sorry, I just got to add in. They didn't even ask, what have you heard since all this occurred from way back? What are the things that they didn't want to know?
No,
that was intentional. That was intentional. That was on purpose. They did not want to ask him because it's been, as you said, Doc, 122 days,
Yes.
and he's heard everything in the world at home, at school, from his friends on the
And
phone,
I showed you the media reports.
and the
I showed
media.
all the information that Brendan is spewing out is right there, written in black and white.
Well,
It's all
That's
there.
a
right.
great point, Jack, because again, they were on a mission. They were on a mission to rope Brendan in. Nobody
That's
else
right.
would fold. So they didn't want to muddy the water. They didn't want to
No,
open a can of worms. They were like zoned in, focused. We need to get this.
that's what
And
Reed's
as
all about.
Dr. Silkman, yes. And what Dr. Silkman did with those checkpoints and stars and whatnot, that was like, they had their own list.
Yeah,
We did
I
this,
heard,
Teresa
the
Hallbuck in
ding.
the car. Yeah, the ding, 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 ding.
I heard it
Yeah.
in my head. So I'm there. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a point of affirmation. Not
Even
going through
Miranda
not
rights.
going through a
Oh,
checklist.
Yeah, even the Miranda
and then-
rising, How many
Susan.
times did I ask him? A few times.
Yes.
And
Susan.
then they did the May 15th to clean it all up.
Because
to.
because Kratz looked at the answers and he goes,
Yeah.
oh my God, he's all over the
Holy
place,
hell.
inconsistent. Because I can't use this, but
Right.
Kratz did in March 2nd. He did. But then he looked back and thought, shit,
Uh-oh.
Brendan contradicted this, changed his story. Let's get a clean confession. Instead of getting a clean confession, it got much, much worse. It was
Much worse.
So to answer that question, Hugh, it was a waste of time, a total waste of time.
Yeah.
Yet, what Kayla said to the school counselor, I thought, can blood come out of concrete? Fuck, let's jackhammer the concrete. Let's jackhammer. She's a 13-year-old kid, and I took her
Right.
serious. I took her serious. But those academic records of Brendan go back years.
Yes.
So he's got a proven record of poor academic performance. They
and
were monitoring him.
suggestibility.
That's exactly what Dr. Gordon said. He's highly suggestible, proven with his change in narrative of what he said to O'Neill. They knew back then. He was, I think it was Neville. He's like plasticine. You
Yeah.
mold him. You mold
That's
him.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. Everly?
Or it's from Anthony Hills. Confirm Jost's daughter is married to Mike Hallbuck.
I haven't heard that one.
Me neither.
I haven't heard
No,
that.
you'd have to ask someone, Jinx, someone that's done the ancestry.
Or
I haven't heard that, but I
Sherilyn
have heard.
Pontillo.
Shirley.
Sherilyn Pontilla
Yeah.
would probably know.
I have heard he has some connection to Redont
Yes, he does.
and someone else.
Yep.
I know that Mike Hallbuck was dating the daughter of that YES, the Yes organization president,
Yeah, I can't recall his name.
but I cannot recall his name.
J-
I've never
Jim
heard
some-
about Yost, but that doesn't mean that it's not true.
I haven't heard that
Sherry Lynn's connections are just mind blowing.
one. Oh,
Yeah.
just unbelievable.
Mind blowing.
They can see, the thing is that this case is so deep and involved. We can cover certain aspects, but then someone comes along and says, do you realize that this person is related to this person? There's a connection here. It's mind blowing. There's no doubt that there was a criminal underbelly going on involved in the salvage art and some unsavory characters, put it this way. It's not good. It's not good.
Mr. President says that the name of the YES organization president is Jay Breyer and that he's got
Jay
a sordid
Breyer's.
history of his own.
Yes. Yes.
And we know
that's
that
true.
Kratz was sitting there, whether on the chair or whatever, but he was a donor to that organization.
And
And
he has a
YES
sordid history of his own.
Yeah. And we know that why it's important that organization is for missing people. They printed out posters for Teresa being missing, endangered and missing, but on the 2nd of November, where Karen Holbach, the mother, called on the 3rd to report her missing.
Correct.
I just
Okay.
looked up Stephanie Hallbach's, or
Stephanie, that's
his
right.
wife Stephanie's last name was Jost, but I don't know if
Oh,
she's
God.
related to.
Okay.
Probably
There are a
find it
lot
on
of
newspaper.
Joe's around there, so
We could probably find it on newspapers.com, the marriage.
Yep.
And it generally will tell you the guests and so forth, and we can
And the
go
parents,
from
yeah.
that. Yeah. Alrighty. Next question. Everly?
Sure. It's from Anthony Hills. Why did Barb have to ask Brendan if anything happened at Fox Hills when she was asked on Foul Play some months ago? And I know what he's referring to, Anthony. I asked Barb myself and I said, what happened at Fox Hill? Was there an interrogation? She said nothing happened. It was like we just went to bed. Like there was no interview or anything, just some casual conversation. So they're tripping on one side. The law enforcement is tripping. Oh, we need to keep them safe and, away from that place and safety, safety, safety. And then they release them the next day. And also my hypothesizing, and that's all it is that they were just monitoring Barb and Brendan to see who they were going to talk to.
Well, they didn't want him talking. They didn't want him talking to Grandma and Grandpa either.
Correct.
Yeah, but Barb said here in Foul Play during a live, I talked to her and she said that there wasn't like a formal interview at all. It was just like casual conversation, questions. And what?
Whereas we've got the report where Fassbender and the other, I think it was Lewis, they go and talk. They go back to Fox Hills and they talk about Brendan, about his jeans. Yep. That's how they got the information about the jeans. That's how they got the information that he was in the garage cleaning the floor, and they proceeded from there 2 days later.
Yep.
Right. So there's definitely a report, and there was definitely conversations going on at Fox Hill. So what the two investigators did, they spoke to all those guys first, then they went back.
They did.
But somehow Bob told Fassbender about the jeans. So Bob may have just
that was in a phone that was in a phone call, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was a phone call, but I can't recall which one it was at this point.
Yep. And talking about phone calls, Jack 61 alluded to it. After all this is finished, we've gone through the interrogation. We're going to play a couple of phone calls between Stephen and his attorney, and Stephen and his mum, and Stephen and Barb about this matter here, Brendan.
Yeah, definitely.
And some of the stuff is just like, oh my God. Yeah. Right?
All right.
Since we're talking about Jay Breyer, Mr. President says Breyer made threats to board members when he was accused of financial fraud.
That's right.
Ooh, messy.
I remember we had a big conversation on Reddit about that years ago. Okay, moving on. Next question, Everly.
Yes. This is from Mr. President. Were Brendan and Stephen tending a fire after handling gasoline and oil to clean the floor?
Yep, because they even said that after they finished cleaning the garage, Stephen threw the stuff in the fire. So that would have been covered. That would have been covered in flammable liquids.
Well,
next to the propane tank. Yeah.
I'll ask again. You show me somebody that can get within 10 feet of a 1,500, 2,000 degree fire, and I got a bag of money for you, because I can tell you it ain't gonna happen ever.
Yep.
All right. Next question. Last one, I think.
Anthony Hills. Did Earl say the garage door was up or down when he walked past?
I'll have to double check that.
Were they on a golf cart when him and Fabian
went on a golf cart? Correct.
Earl said it was up. The door was open.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah.
big problems.
That's when Stephen said they came over because they were bringing the guns. Remember, they sighted their guns and they were going hunting for rabbits. This is a problem. If there's no car in there, is the car at the
Where is
already
it?
pit? Is it at the pit? That can't be at the pit because Earl
They drove
and
through there.
they drove through there, that very area. And then on Wednesday, Stephen was down there with Earl at the
Yep.
pond because
Yep.
we never saw it. There's a massive disconnect, a
Yes.
massive disconnect involving Teresa and her RAV4. It doesn't
Absolutely.
make any sense. And that's why when we go full circle, Sawinski explains where the RAV4 was. It was off the property, as
Off the
well as
property.
many other people who saw, wait a minute, I saw that vehicle. It was at the turnaround. It was here, there. It was not on the property. It was brought to the property. Good question.
Okay, I got 2 questions here in the private chat that I had missed that Cherie highlighted for me. From TJ Anderson, how far is the garage from the burn pit? It's right
Feet.
there.
Feet.
I mean, to get out the side door, I don't know. What do you think, Doc? Maybe
20 feet. Yeah,
Yeah.
20, 30
I don't know.
feet.
It's not far.
No, it's not.
Then if you had to walk through the garage door, it'd be a little further, but not much.
Yeah, it's
I would
very
guess it would be 40, 50 from the door around
Max.
the garage. And then-
Yeah.
max.
It's not far at all. It's not far at all.
Yeah, and the
Well,
other,
it's a long way to wheel her on that cart or,
yeah,
Or the carrier.
Creeper.
or
Yeah.
carrier.
yeah, and you're wondering, Bear, being curious, thinking, what the hell's this?
If
No,
she's got blood, if she's got blood on her, come on. Anyway. All right. The
Plus
last
they-
question from Ron. Oh, go ahead.
Plus dogs, they sense the distress. That's a highly
yes.
stressful situation.
Oh,
So
yes.
Bear would have reacted. He wouldn't be just laying there, wagging
No.
his tail.
No.
No dog would.
No.
No, probably not. Okay, last question from Monica Clack. November 3rd was when Teresa Halbach's boss called, that's Tom Pierce, called Karen that Teresa was missing. Am I correct? That's right.
Yeah.
It was November the afternoon of November 3rd.
Correct.
Yeah, but there was a comment from Ronica Clark before that. She said, if that isn't suspicious from Karen to report her daughter missing sooner than the 3rd. But I said one would think, depending when she found out when Teresa was actually missing. And I had, I'm multitasking over here, so I couldn't recall the exact date. But yeah, it was Tom Pierce when he called forever, right? It was like a
yes.
long conversation at midnight or something.
Yeah.
It was after it's like midnight on the 4th. It was after
So
midnight,
after
actually.
the 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, it had just said like 12:04 or 12:06 a.m.
Yeah.
when he called of the 4th and had that, roughly 20-minute conversation with Leslie Lemieux at
Because
Queso.
Teresa didn't show up to that meeting on Wednesdays.
Correct. She had
Yeah.
missed a meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
But she missed an appointment on Tuesday, which he never mentioned.
Yep.
That's
And there were
right.
people ringing in. There were people ringing in wondering about their
Photos. Yeah.
photos.
She had a meeting with somebody in the
Yes.
studio on Tuesday, and she didn't show up.
That's right. She didn't show up.
But
That's right.
Tom never mentioned that, which is really odd.
Yeah, it is. It is. All right, guys. Well, I hope that you've sort of enjoyed the podcast. I know it's not pleasant stuff to talk about, but I do believe it is very important that we dissect it and go through it, because what Brendan said in this interrogation got him arrested. So we'll continue this series next week. And like I said, if you like the format, the way we've done it, like we break it up and we discuss it, look at the veracity, what's important, what's not important, where things are contradicted, please let us know. Again, guys, I'll just quickly go through the panel and tell us how you're coming along. Jack 61, what about yourself?
Doing very well. Planning for open mic tomorrow is going to be no queso dispatch calls. November 11, Channel 6. We're gonna have to break it into at least 2 parts. It could be 3. I don't know. It's almost a 4-hour series of calls. So yeah, it's pretty long. It's one of the longest ones of all of them. So we'll see where we get to and how long it takes. But I know that there's some interesting calls scattered throughout the Channel 6 and 7. I can't recall how many, but it's definitely, well, there's definitely several. So anyway, we'll get to that. That's 6 p.m. Central or 5 p.m. Central for anyone that wants to join in and listen. Leave your comments, questions, and so forth. Appreciate everyone coming and listening to this really difficult subject. We know it's hard. It's hard for me to just listen to this shit and understand the bigger picture of what they were doing to that kid. The bigger picture of a child that is clearly lost. He's clearly out in freaking Pluto making shit up to me. And they just kept going with it. It's really troublesome for me. Anyway, thanks everyone. And yep, we'll hopefully catch you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Jack 61. And next, I don't recall. What about yourself?
Well, it was very interesting once again, and I like, even though the material is hard, but like where you've been showing pictures and parts from the transcripts and stuff like that really helps illuminate things and make it clear. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I don't recall. And next we have Susan. Susan, what about yourself?
I agree with Cherie. You did a great job, Doc. Very interesting. Good job on the slides and such. And Cherie mentioned illuminate, and it was so interesting yesterday that a dirty prosecutor was illuminated in the courtroom in the Alec Baldwin trial. And her lying crime scene technician as well. And the judge actually declared a mistrial.
You see,
or dismissed the charges
with prejudice, cannot be retried again.
Yes, and that is extremely rare to happen.
Yes,
and her co-prosecutor quit in the middle of the trial after she found out this Brady evidence, this exculpatory evidence that was hidden from the defense, which is the reason she dismissed the charges. And it's just, it was a pleasure to see an honest, sane judge and an honest, sane prosecutor that quit because she didn't know anything about that. She was pissed.
And she didn't want to have anything to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was just mind-boggling. It was certainly an interesting day in that trial.
Which is the opposite to what Judge Willis did. Right? Judge Willis let everything. Whereas the moment they held up that piece of paper where Tom Fassbender said, try to put her in the house or the garage, all bets are off. You don't know what's real and what's manipulated, correct?
Yeah, and lucky for Baldwin, that didn't happen in Wisconsin.
Oh, he would have been in prison.
No joke. Yeah.
He would have been in prison. Yep. Yeah, good point, Susan. Good point.
So anyway, but thanks again, Doc. And Neverly.
And also Neverly as well. Yep. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susan. All right. And finally, we have Neverly. How are you coming along?
Hello, partner in crime. Doing well. You're not going to believe this, guys, but in the middle of the podcast, my air conditioning went out again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's why I had to leave and make a phone call. And so other than that, all is well. Even though, as everybody said, this was a really hard content and just like pulling teeth. and watching this nonsensical bullshit procedure going on a innocent 15-year-old boy, you know, let alone the disabilities, but just if he was not represented, not understanding the brand, it was really, really infuriating. And that was just in the beginning of the podcast. So it's been really frustrating, but I love the format. I love the professional way you did it, Dr. Silkman. And
Thank you.
you can't really complain. Nobody can say anything because this is from the words of the, you know, from coming straight from the horse's mouth.
Right from them.
So no
Straight from them.
fuckery,
No.
straight facts. This is what happened, and that's what we're discussing.
Yes. Like I said, it doesn't have the allure or the attractiveness of what happened with Stephen, but I consider this to be as important, if not more important, because what affects Stephen affects Brendan, what affects Brendan affects Stephen. And like I said, later we'll play the phone calls that transpired, and they're just eye-opening. And it's incredible how on convicting a murderer, they only play a little snippet of a call without playing the whole call and getting the context. Right, Jack 61?
That's right.
This implies nefarious intentions. No, it doesn't. And I remember there was a big argument on X in which, and they played it on cam, in which Mama Avery asked Stephen, why did you clean up the bedroom? And the argument was, see, Stephen did rearrange his furniture in the bedroom. But guess what? I debunked it. They weren't talking about the main bedroom. They were talking about his second bedroom that had a hole in the ceiling that was dripping water and destroyed the ground.
Yep.
And they were repairing it. And I debunked it. Everyone's quiet. No one's talking about it anymore.
Oh, no.
But it was a big deal because they're going, oh, shit. He got the vacuum cleaner. He cleaned the floor. He did this. Bullshit. Didn't do any of that. When Mama Avery asked him about you shouldn't be there because there's a hole in the ground, they were talking about the secondary bedroom. And you look at the ceiling and there's a huge hole on November the 6th. Hole, damaged carpet, damage on the floor. They were trying to repair it. And Stephen even said to Roland that they had to replace the carpet. That's what they were talking about, not the master bedroom.
Yeah, and you guys, just to remember that if it weren't for Moira and Laura doing their project,
you wouldn't have none of this.
Never know. This would have been just another trial, another story. They would be the heroes. And, you know, the sun rises again.
Yep.
Nothing to see here. Let's move on.
That's right.
That's what
and that's what Kratz fought so hard to suppress all of that and to not give them the access to all the footage and let alone to publish it. Yeah.
Correct. This you could tell the veracity of the state preventing Kathleen Zellner getting access to the RAV because they know that the narrative is going to fall apart. They know that they don't want Kathleen Zellner to touch any forensic evidence. The damage that they did regarding Ida Meffel is legendary. What Chris Palahniuk did, it just totally destroyed the narrative. Yeah. The thing that they used against Stephen and Brendan fell apart.
Yeah,
and it put all the focus on one person, Colhane, the lab tech who handled all the DNA.
That's right.
Girlfriend, ex-girlfriend,
ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Correct. So I think this is unique that we've got this incredible footage and knowledge and information, and it's great that we're breaking it down like that. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, look, thank you so much, and hope to all catch you tomorrow in the open mic. Take care, guys. Thank you for your support.
Good night, everyone.
Hey, thanks, everyone. And with that, this has been a Foul Play production.